2 will be for the social work CEUs, which we're offering today, and we'll ask specific questions about our speakers and presenters today. So I would encourage you all to perhaps even reference the evaluation tool as we move through the presenters today. There are some specific questions that will indicate that you've actually stayed with us and participated throughout the day and that you're present. So we're looking forward to being able to extend those CEUs, but make sure that you stay with us through the duration of the event, and also pay attention for the evaluation questions. There will be a code provided at the closure of today's event at the very end. That will be a unique code that will identify whether or not you've been actually stayed with us for the entire time of the conference. I'm getting a little background noise, so if you haven't muted yourself, that would be greatly appreciated. It's probably another good housekeeping item. If you're not speaking, please make sure to mute yourself so we don't have any interference with our speakers today. For additional viewing options, in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, there's a click view button, and you can choose side-by-side speaker to view both the speaker and the presenters, or select speaker view for just the speaker. Also, you have the option to resize your screen if you see fit, if you need that to be the case for viewing and ease of maneuvering through the Zoom platform. Also, we're strongly encouraging the utilization today of the chat box. That's going to serve as our Q&A location as well, so please utilize the chat. As well, giving applause and reactions and using emojis to celebrate and acknowledge your feelings as we're moving through today. As I mentioned earlier, there's going to be the evaluation piece that is going to be very important for those of you to receive your 5 continuing education credits. And so, please make sure to be mindful of being with us today and completing your evaluation to get your 5 credits. Most of you have probably noticed this, but we are recording this event, so we have to give a disclaimer there, and hopefully everyone is comfortable with that. We are hopeful that we can use today's material for those that were unable to join us to review it. And just real quickly before I transition into introducing our keynote speaker this morning, just a quick reminder of our agenda. We are scheduled to be together until 2:30 today. We have a short 10-minute break. I know we're together for a long time, so we understand if you have to step away and take care of anything for yourself or grab a snack or a drink, but we will have one 10-minute break. But as I mentioned, we have so many amazing speakers. We just have a packed agenda, which is exciting. But please, take care of yourselves if you need to step away. But we will have a formal break around 11:45 of 10 minutes. Okay, so with that, I have the pleasure of introducing Sherita Sparrow, who is a world-class therapeutic art practitioner, speaker, consultant, and author, as our keynote speaker this morning. We're just so grateful to have you. Sherita specializes in developing interactive workshops and curriculum that educate and empower healthcare professionals. Sherita is also the CEO and founder of the Feathers Touch LLC, a holistic therapeutic art company that uses art to heal the world emotionally and spiritually to make the world a much better place. Sherita has been sharing her creative gifts for more than 17 years. Her mission is to uplift the community and make a difference in lives through art. Her creative processes are known to get major breakthroughs with the elderly and individuals with special needs. As a result, Sherita has developed an exclusive art certification that helps care partners and healthcare leaders fulfill the mission of serving the whole person, physically and mentally. Sherita holds a Bachelor of Science degree in art from Towson University and a degree in graphic design from Delaware College of Art and Design. Sherita is also a certified activity professional, certified art practitioner, and certified dementia practitioner. She's been featured in publications like Caring for the Ages magazine and Delaware Today's magazine and other national and local media outlets. Sherita is passionate about what she does, and she's an artist and an entrepreneur. And she's grateful for the opportunity to share her strategies that will enhance your personal growth and life enrichment today. So with that, I am honored to welcome Sherita and so excited to start our journey off with you here today. So thank you for being here, and I will hand it off to Sherita. Thank you.
Wow, that was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Catherine, for that warm welcome. It is such a pleasure and an absolute honor to be here. I'm so grateful to be here today and to kick off this awesome conference. So let me go and share so we can get started. All right, so welcome to Across the Lifespan Conference, 10th annual conference. And it's all about uplifting hope, right? And being mindful in a changing world. Our world is changing in so many ways. So, let's see. There we go. I got a question. So what I like for you to do is type into the chat and let me know, do you believe or do you feel that the pandemic has basically thrown us for a loop? It was something we were not expecting. It came out of nowhere. If you agree, type into the chat and say yes. Yes, right. It did. It threw us for an absolute loop. We were not expecting this to happen. But one thing for sure that I would like to say is that we really did manage it. We were able to maintain it, right? The uncertainty, and we're able to do it with a lot of grace. Would you agree with that? Yes, right? So, as compassionate souls that you are, everyone here is a compassionate soul. We are social workers, we are teachers, behavioral health specialists, therapists, and coaches. We are mental health specialists as well. So we are individuals who unselfishly share our time and our energy with others, right? We show empathy by helping others to feel accepted, supported, and heard. And that is what you are gifted with. That is your special gift. People automatically feel comfortable coming to you, reaching out to you, even strangers, right? Because that is your compassionate soul, your compassionate spirit that people automatically are attracted to. So, you beam that love and the generosity, and you truly do understand the value of putting the human spirit first. And you really do help people ride the waves of life, having a healthier perspective, and you really help them feel supported and, of course, offer them a sense of hope. That's what you do. Yes, it is our new normal. I see here someone says, yes, it is our new normal. It is. So I like to say, because you are that compassionate spirit and you always are offering that love and support to other people, that is your superpower. That is your superpower. That is your specialty. That's what makes you so amazing. All right. But I also like to say it's your kryptonite. It's your kryptonite. Why do you think I might say this is your kryptonite? Type into the chat and let me know, why do you feel I might say that? Any thoughts? Yes, because we're giving, 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 right? And we're not leaving enough for ourselves. Exactly. And we can get overwhelmed. Yes, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. I love this. Yes, you are so right. It's all about the energy source. Yes, exactly, exactly. And so we tend to over deliver and we tend to become extra tired because we are giving, 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 just like you said, right? And sometimes we can also be a little resentful at times because we feel like, wow, I'm always helping, but it doesn't seem like anyone's like helping me, right? Or no one's noticing that I'm tired and I'm exhausted. So sometimes it is like that double-edged sword in a way, right? I love that. I love that. Yes, green kryptonite, deadly for Superman. Yes. So we are in the coronavirus storm. We are not out of the storm yet. Okay. So I always like to call it the coronavirus storm because it's happening. Okay. And so with that, it seems that we are soaking in or sinking into the waters of COVID fatigue because we're exhausted, because we are always putting out that extra love and energy, right? But of course, you know, and we've all heard this before, that you cannot serve from an empty vessel. Okay. So we must be able to fill up ourselves first before we can fill up others. Would you agree with that? Yes. Everyone needs compassion. Yes. So what I would like to, what I would like for you to do is really just focus on being more compassionate and pouring that love into you, right? That is my wish for you, okay? To start being more mindful of yourself and not feeling guilty or feeling selfish. You know, because we're always giving, sometimes we feel like, oh my goodness, if I put myself first, I will be, you know, I'm being selfish, but that's not true, right? Yes, you can't pour from an empty vessel. So we must learn how to pour that same love and energy back into ourselves that we give to others so that we can be more effective for those that we truly do care for. Okay. So I want to remind you, and I'm here to remind you today that you are a beautiful light. You illuminate that love and compassion every day. All right. And right now, I want us to connect even more in this space. So even though we are in this virtual space and we're looking through this screen and everything, I would love for us to connect with each other. We are in different states, different counties, but let's connect in this moment together. All right. So what I like for you to do is at the bottom of your screen, there should be a reaction button available to you. I would like for you to click on the heart. Let's see, does everyone have the reaction button? Do we have our reaction buttons? I don't even see one here.
It's to the far right on the screen.
Far right.
Yeah, I just did my heart. You see
Love
it?
They're at the bottom
Uh-huh.
on the far right. It says reactions. That has a little smiley face.
Put your
Huh.
little heart.
You know, it's so funny. I don't see it on my end, but I'm so glad everyone else is connecting. So yes, put your hearts up, okay? Because this is how we are. Yes, it depends on the version of Zoom. Yes, and I might need to update my Zoom. But yes, put your hearts up right now if you can. If it kind of went out, put it back up again. I would love for us all to connect through our hearts, through the love and to compassion that we offer others. This is our way of connecting right here, right now, in this space, in this virtual world. We are aligning together, okay? Beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love the hearts. I see you, Emily. Yes, I see you, Tom. Put your hearts up for me. Yes, Jane. Hey, Alice, I see you. Yes, we are connecting. We are here together in this space, connecting. Yes, Julie, I see you. Yes. Hey, Carla, good to see you. You got your heart up. You're connected. That's right. Yes. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Ebony. Hi, Beth. Awesome. Yes, I love it. Hey, Drew. Hey, Anna. Love it, love it, love it. That's what it's about, connecting right now in this space, even though we're in different settings, okay? We're in this virtual space together. Hey, Sharon. Sharon threw up some hearts in the chat. I love that. I love that. So I also want you to take a look at this space as if it is a place of transformation. And what I mean by a place of transformation is that you're going to go through this transformation process today. We have some amazing presenters today who are going to show you some awesome information. They're going to share that with you. And so after this conference, you are going to be transformed. You're going to have some new information that you did not have before, and it's going to transform your life. I guarantee it. All right. So when I think about transformation, I think about the butterfly. The butterfly goes through a metamorphosis, okay? And this metamorphosis takes them through this whole process. So a butterfly initially starts out as a caterpillar. It's this cute little caterpillar and it's chomping on the leaves, right? And then eventually it attaches itself to a branch. And when it attaches itself to a branch, it develops a cocoon around itself. Okay. And within that cocoon, it starts to develop wings, these beautiful, colorful wings. Okay. And then eventually, after a couple of weeks, it detaches itself from that branch and removes itself from the cocoon. And eventually, it flies. It spreads its wings and it flies, right? Yes, okay. And it's this beautiful butterfly. And so that's how I would like for you to see this space. I would love for you to see this space as a cocoon. Okay, this is your cocoon that you are in. And right now, you are that little caterpillar. Okay, you're the little caterpillar, and you are going to be chomping on some information. Okay, so chomp, 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 chomping on some awesome information from amazing presenters. All right. And while you're in this cocoon, you're going to be developing your tools, your resources, the information that you receive are going to be your tools that you can take out in the world to transform your life, but also to transform the lives of others. All right. So when you leave this space, you're going to be this beautiful butterfly and you're going to be transformed. And now you can take that information and you can transform the lives of others. All right. So really think about this space as being a cocoon, a space for you to grow, to learn, and to transform. Now, transformation and also being mindful here in this conference starts today. Okay. I love the hearts, Kara. Starts today. Hey, Louise. And so I would like for you right now, just a piece of paper and a pencil, and I want you to write down your intention. Think about what is your intention for being in this conference today? How do you expect to experience this conference today? How are you going to be more mindful as you are going through the conference, right? And it doesn't have to be a long intention. It could be just a simple sentence. You know, my intention for being in this space is to ... Okay. Does anyone want to type into the chat their intention? It could be anything. What is your intention? How do you plan to experience this conference today? Any thoughts? Be in the moment. Yes, I love that. Yes, right? It's all about being mindful, being in the moment, to absorb positivity. Yes, I love that. Motivation, learn and receive with an open. Yes, to develop more skills to engage others. I love it. A little mini oasis. Ooh, I like that, Kelly. Yes. Self-care and professional care. Yes. Yes, exactly. This is awesome. Developing consistent, healthy ways of thinking and living. Be present and focus. Soaking up knowledge. Yes, you are going to leave with so much information today. I love your intentions. Awesome. Rejuvenation. Love that. So, by you setting your intention, you're also saying, you know what? I'm going to have a mindful presence. Okay. I'm going to be mindful today. And having a mindful presence is all about the state of being fully self aware. Okay. Of our experiences within the moment, just like you said, right? So, we want to have that mindful presence. We want to make sure that we are here in this space connected. Okay. So a lot of people say that, 90% of people have said they are really self-aware, right? That they are present, they have that mindful presence. But actually, 10% of people really are self-aware. Why do you feel that study could potentially be true? Any thoughts? Type into the chat. Why do you feel that is accurate? Any thoughts of why this study could potentially be accurate? Yes, we're constantly multitasking, right? We pay more attention to others. Oh my goodness, that's a good one. We're filled with distractions. People are busy every day. In denial, that's a good one. We aren't aware of our distractions. That's true, right? Because we live in a very fast-paced world and we're always doing something. We're thinking about what we're going to do, in a couple hours from now, probably, or next week, right? We're finding ourselves going here and there. We are busy. Our blind spots. I love that. Right. I love that. So I want you to know that you can do this. Even though we have these distractions, even though we feel like, oh my goodness, how am I going to have time to have a mindful presence, right? But you can definitely do this, all right? So what I like for you to do is I want you to take a look at this space, take a look at this picture. And I would like for you to imagine being in that space. Just imagine that you're actually in that space. I would love to be there right now. All right. I don't know about you. I would love to be there. So if you're in this space, tell me, what is one thing that you may smell if you're in this space? Type into the chat. What's one thing that you may actually smell if you are in this space? Salt water, ocean water, the ocean, salt. Yes. Yes, right? Now, what would you hear if you were in this space? Oh, the fries. Oh, yes, those French fries. The seagulls. You would hear the seagulls, the laughing, the bubbling foam, the waves crashing. I love that. Yes. Now, what would you potentially feel within this space? Peace, comfort, warmth, the sun. Yes. Restoration. Exactly. And what could you potentially taste in this space? Salt, the French fries, yes. Some fruit, okay, I love it, right? Funnel cake, popcorn, taffy. Oh, you guys are making me hungry right now. I especially want that funnel cake. So yes, these are some things that you would taste. So mindfulness and having a mindful presence really is about getting in tune with your five senses. Okay. So if you were in this space, you definitely would probably, smell the sea. Maybe you would feel the sand or hear the waves. But most of all, you will allow your soul to be free because you're in this space, you're in the moment, and you're releasing any potential distractions or worries or concerns that you may have in your life, right? That's what being mindful is all about. That's what having a mindful presence is. It's really being in tune to how you're feeling inside, but also being in tune to the space that you are actually in, the physical space, right? Oh, I see grottos. Yes. So, yes, you can do this. You can. It's just about slowing down, right? Just slow down sometimes. We got to do that sometimes, right? And it takes practice. So, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take practice. It's like a muscle that you must be able to exercise, get used to being more mindful and having a mindful presence in your daily life, right? Making that actual practice. So I challenge you today, right here in this conference today, to be present, okay? Show up fully and be ready to learn and to explore. And I also challenge you to be open to the amazing content that you're going to receive today. Again, we have some amazing presenters today, and they're going to show you a lot of different things and open you up to different things that you may have not considered before. All right. And you're going to gain some deeper insight. And also be positive. So this is a no judgment zone. All right. So share your encouragement, share your positivity with your fellow attendees, and even share your ahas if you have. There may be some things that you're like, I like that, or I can take that back and utilize that, right? And of course, take notes, all right? Because what you're going to learn today is going to expand your self-awareness, all right? Now, I'm actually going to take it up a notch for you, all right? Because I am a creative at heart, okay? And it is my specialty to utilize art. So we're going to intertwine art and mindfulness together so that you can reach a deeper sense of inner peace. So when we think about art and mindfulness is a natural practice that infuses creativity with meditation so that you can increase your self-awareness and gratitude for yourself. All right. So this method really does encourage you to slow down, but it quickly gets you connected to your authentic self and to be in the moment. So art and mindfulness, it really does build up a deeper sense of awareness for you, and it helps you to nurture your mind, body, and spirit. And when we talk about the mind, it's really about helping you to be more aware of the thoughts that flood your mind throughout the day, right? It's also helping you to be more aware of the space that you're in, your body. How is your body within the space? And it also encourages you to be fully present with your authentic self. All right. So here are some benefits for infusing art and mindfulness together. One, it breaks you out of your autopilot and it really inspires you to be innovative. So when you're utilizing creativity, it's really encouraging you to step outside of the box, to look at things a little bit differently and to be more innovative. It also empowers your soul and ignites your imagination. So I would say that we were our really most creative when we were like little kids, like little kitties. That's when we were the most creative. We had the less hesitations about taking risk. We didn't worry about what someone else was doing, right? We were in our own little space, being creative and just having fun. So art and mindfulness helps you to connect with your inner child again, to learn how to play and to have fun, to utilize the right side of your brain where all the creativity happens, and a little bit less of that analytical side that we do because we're adulting, right? And also, it helps you to adapt to changes and feel more emotionally balanced. All right. Yes. And have no fear. I love that. Sharon says, have no fear. Yes. When we were kids, we didn't have any fear. Right. And the other awesome part about infusing art and mindfulness is that it really does lower your blood pressure and it really adds a greater sense of well being for you. So, here are some things that you may come across as a creative roadblock that hinders you from being your best self. Okay. So, we are actually going to do a mini art and mindful session. All right. Now, this might be something that makes you a little nervous, a little anxious. It could be knowing that you're going to do some type of art, right? Because sometimes we may say, well, I'm not really creative, or I don't have a creative bone in my body, right? So we have all these excuses, but actually, you are creative. Creativity is all around us, all right? The space that you're in that you've set up, that's your creativity you used. If you love to cook and put lots of different foods together and taste together, that's creativity. So creativity is not just about drawing or painting or feeling like you're Michelangelo or Picasso. Creativity is what we do every day. All right. But here are some things that hinders our ability. So we may have fear of failure, wanting everything to be just right. Okay. So when we're doing the art today, you might find yourself, oh my goodness, I'm worried if this is going to turn out right, right? Don't worry about that, right? Sharon says creativity in music and song dancing. Yes, I love it. Creativity is in everything, all different genres. You may also have thoughts of, well, I'm not sure if we have enough time, right? And so you may procrastinate or you may wait to the very last minute. And so that hinders your ability to be your best self, to put your best foot forward. Or maybe you have some distractions. We've already talked about how we are easily distracted, right? Sometimes we could be focused on this and then something else will happen and we start focusing on other things, right? So we lose the purpose that we're really supposed to be focusing on. And then also we have that comment in our mind and just like basically throw us off track and help us and have us like actually second guess our journey, right? That negative self-talk. And then also we have social comparison. Sometimes we are comparing our success against someone else's success. But really it's about appreciating and having gratitude for yourself, right? And all the wonderful gifts that you do have, right? So these are some of the creative roadblocks that hinder us from being our best selves. Any thoughts or any questions so far? All right. I think everyone is doing such a beautiful job. I love the interaction today. That means you're connected. Because when you are interacting, you receive the most from this experience today. So I love it. I love it. I love it. So we do have a few minutes left, which is awesome because guess what we're going to do? We're going to do some art, which is my favorite thing to do. So your exploratory activity for today is a mindful mandala. So a mindful mandala is a mandala. So mandala stands for circle in the Hindu culture, right? So that word mandala just means circle. All right. Now you may have seen a mandala before. So a mandala is like a circle and it has different patterns on the inside of it. And then when you color it in or design it, it helps you to get in this meditative process, this Zen state of mind to feel relaxed, right? So we're going to do a mindful mandala, but we're going to do it a little bit differently. And I'm going to show you how to do that. We're also going to do a little bit of a meditation, if that's okay with you. If it's okay to do a meditation with you, please type into the chat and say, yes. We'll do a little meditation. We'll jump into the mindful mandala, and then we will do our closing circle. All right. Yes. Awesome. Yes. We need some meditation. We need to like relax a little bit and decompress. Okay. So all you need is a piece of white paper, a pencil or a pen. If you have color pencils and markers, that's just even more awesome. Okay. If you don't worry. All right. So what we're going to do is let me get my design out, my little easel. Okay. Can everybody see the easel? I'm actually going to switch up a few things so it's easier. I'm right-handed, so I gotta put this over here. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read to you a affirmation, just so that we can relax, we can decompress, we can get into the art process and being more mindful. And then we're gonna jump right into the art making process. All right, so what I like for you to do is just sit back wherever you are in your chair. Allow your arms to kind of dangle down to the sides if you like. When you do that, you're allowing any stress or tension to roll off your shoulders, okay? And what I like for you to do is really take a nice deep breath in and inhale and exhale. Very good. One more time, take a deep breath in and inhale and exhale. What I like for you to do is just relax. You may keep your eyes open or you may open your eyes, but just relax and just focus on your breathing right now. Focus on having that mindful presence, okay? While you do that, I'm going to read to you an affirmation. In life, I am perfect, whole, and complete, just the way I am. I feel happy, healthy, calm, and balanced. People notice the joy within me. I release any self-criticism or doubt. I love and approve of myself, and I let go of control and stress. I trust and know that whatever I need, it will be given to me with love and peace. All is well in my world. Do me a favor and take a deep breath in and inhale and exhale. One more time, deep breath in and inhale and exhale. Very nice. When you're ready, you may open your eyes and come back into the space. How are you feeling? Type into the chat if you're feeling good, if you're feeling relaxed, if you're feeling ready. Okay? Let me know. Yes, calm, excited, relaxed. I love these words. Ready. Yes, love it. Oh, teary-eyed. Oh, feeling good. Yes, this is what we need. You know, we are always so busy. We got to, pour that love back into ourselves, right? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a mindful mandala, and basically it's going to look kind of like a sunflower. Okay, so this mindful mandala is going to look like a sunflower. Each petal represents a layer of you. Now within this petal, I would love for you to write a word that represents you, or words that represents how you plan to be more mindful and have a more mindful presence. Okay. So I'm going to give you about 7 minutes. I'll start you off so that you know how to do it. And then after that, I'm going to give you some free time to kind of get into the creative flow. So the first thing is I would like for you to just draw a circle. Okay, just draw a circle. anywhere inside your piece of paper, anywhere in the center. It could be over in the left or the right, the bottom, wherever you feel it's just right. Okay. All right. Yes, Gail, love it, love it. All right. So we're going to make a petal. What you're going to do is you're just going to make one petal, and a petal looks kind of like an eyeball shape or a football shape, but it's pointed up at the top. All right. There's no wrong way of doing this. If your petals are a little curved up at the top, that's fine. And what you're going to do is you're just going to keep on going and creating those petals all the way around the circle. Now this is really easy, so don't feel that you have to be Picasso, and none of your petals have to be the same size or shape. Notice some mine are kind of like a little wavy. You know, you can even add an extra layer if you like. It's totally up to you on what you like to do. All right. And I am going to give you about 6 minutes. All right. And what I like for you to do is just take your time and design your mindful mandala. And again, put in some words that come to mind that reflect you. So let me put in for 6 minutes. I'm also going to play some music because art and music goes hand in hand. All right. And really just be a part of the process. Try not to overthink it. Just enjoy it. Okay. Can you hear the music all right? Is it too loud or is it just right? All right, awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Beth. So take your time, you know, draw designs or put some words in there. I love swirls, so I'm just putting swirls in here, okay? They make me happy. Thank you, Heather. Awesome, Louise. Yes, it is well. Yes, Audra. We have about 2 more minutes. Don't worry if you feel like you're not done. Just take your time and just be in the moment. That is a beautiful song. We have 1 more minute. Just enjoy the process. Piano is beautiful. All right. Yes, you're doing good with guessing these songs. I love it. Go, Lisa. Oh, that's so great. You have your 8-year-old joining. Love it. Love it. Yes. So tell me, how did you feel? Did you feel like you got into the creative flow where you're like in this Zen state of mind, you're relaxed and you're just creating, you're not overthinking it, you're not wanting it to be perfect, but you're just wanting to be in a moment. What are your thoughts on that? Relax, great way to start a Friday. Yes, definitely in the flow, very relaxed. Yes, I love it. Oh, yes, it's good to doodle sometimes and put on some music. Art and music goes hand in hand, and it just really helps you to take that deep dive. So what I am going to leave you with today is, I was on Facebook and I saw this, and it says, recharge yourself as much as you charge your phone, right? We need our phone, right? Some of us don't even know what we would do without our phone. Would you agree with that? And so we've got to make sure our phone is charged up, okay? So just as much as that, we need to make sure that we are charged up, that we are taking care of ourselves and pouring that love back into ourselves as much as we pour out to others, okay? Because you deserve it. You deserve that same love, all right? So I absolutely had an awesome time with you today. And I know for sure you're going to love the rest of this conference and you're going to be mindful and have that mindful presence. Okay. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much. And I'm going to pass it back on over to Katie.
Thank you, Sherita. This was amazing. I'm still working on mine a little bit here, but thank you for that. That was wonderful. We really enjoyed your opening and being with us today. This was just a very special experience. So thank you. So before we welcome our next speaker, I did want to take an opportunity to acknowledge that we have Senator Addie Eckert joining us this morning. And Addie's one of our biggest fans and certainly an advocate for our consumers and all the behavioral health needs here in our state. So we're just so honored to have you joining us today and being part of this journey. So again, thank you, Sherita, for the gift of all of your talents and your wisdom this morning, and welcoming us and getting us on our path. And I will be handing it over to Bridget Keeley with Midshore Behavioral Health. She's our Behavioral Health Coordinator Manager, to introduce our next speaker. So Bridget.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Wasn't Sherita absolutely amazing? That was really, that was great. Good way to get us started. So this morning, I have the pleasure to introduce Emily Moody, who is next on the agenda. She'll be talking to us about mindfulness with children and adolescents, and specifically mindfulness in schools. Emily is a certified licensed social worker for the state of Maryland. She's an ACEs master presenter, a mindful teacher graduate, and a youth mental health first aid instructor. Emily has experience in treating children, adults, and adolescents in mental health, addictions, and trauma. She is committed to providing trauma-informed care and training. She has extensive experience in individual and group care, assessments, and crisis intervention. She's also a skilled clinical supervisor, grant writer, advocate, and public speaker. And with that, I'd like to welcome Emily Moody.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to be here today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everybody, and just want to thank Midshore Behavioral Health and thank Sherita for that fantastic way to kick off our day together. It was really nice knowing that I was next on the agenda to do a relaxing activity, because my heart rate tends to go up before we start these things. So thank you for that, Sherita. I appreciate the positive message of hope, and what a great way for us to start the day. So I am going to shift gears a little bit and get into some of the more nuts and bolts about mindfulness practice and some of the science behind that. And I call my portion of this presentation, Mindfulness Can Change My Mind. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this meme before, but there's this guy who likes to park outside, and whatever the issue is, you know, he kind of challenges people to come up and say, you know, here's my opinion about this, come change my mind. But the truth is that mindfulness can actually change your mind. There is some really exciting brain science to demonstrate the positive benefits of mindfulness practices. So I'm excited to share some of that information with you today. So you can go ahead. Next slide. So our agenda is really simple. We're going to talk about what mindfulness is specifically. And I know Sherita kind of teed that up very nicely in introducing some of the concepts of that, but we will together create a shared definition for what mindfulness is. We'll talk a little bit about what that looks like in schools and why mindfulness practices can be beneficial for both students and teachers. And then I always like to share resources. So to be able to give you some things to take with you. So if you're interested in exploring this more, that you will know where to start and you'll know where to go to look for those things. So that's what we're going to cover. We have a short period of time together, but I'm going to throw a whole lot at you during that window. So what the heck is mindfulness? I feel like everybody talks about it. It's one of those popular buzzwords that's all over the place. We've probably all heard it, you know, in lots of different contexts. But lots of times when we hear that word, it may mean different things to different people. So next slide. So it's all over the news. It's in magazines, it's on magazine covers. Apparently in Connecticut, all of the lawyers are meditating now. So if you need legal services in Connecticut, I imagine you're going to find a pretty chill lawyer there. You can go to the next slide. And in the UK, their financial advisors and their money people have changed their mantra from greed is good to practicing mindfulness, which personally I think is a fantastic shift. but kind of an interesting one. And it points to the fact that there are a number of large corporations, professional athletes that are incorporating mindfulness practices into corporate culture in a lot of different ways. And I've included this picture of our Good Morning America team here. I don't know how many of you watch Good Morning America, but Dan Harris is pictured in there. He's the gentleman to the right of the anchor in the red dress. And Dan Harris actually had a panic attack on live television. And he is very open about talking about those experiences and his long struggle with depression and anxiety. And Dan Harris actually turned to mindfulness practices as a way to help him manage those experiences of anxiety and panic that had been plaguing him throughout much of his life. So he actually wrote a book called 10% Happier, and there's an app that goes with it. And he is very outspoken about how powerful and impactful mindfulness can be. So for us, you can go ahead to the next slide. What is it, right? Is mindfulness a cure for anxiety and panic? Is mindfulness a pathway to inner peace? Is it stress relief? What the heck is it? Go ahead. I think for us, it's really important for all of us to have a good shared working definition for what mindfulness means. And again, Sherita included some of this in her definitions at the beginning, but this comes from a gentleman named Jon Kabat-Zinn, and he was one of the first practitioners to take concepts of mindfulness and apply them in a secular setting. And the definition from Jon Kabat-Zinn is that mindfulness means paying attention in a particular way in the present moment and non-judgmentally. So these are the key concepts of mindfulness. It's just about paying attention in a very particular way. And that concept of non-judgment is also really important, that we notice what's happening to us, but we don't apply a label to it. Because that's where a lot of us can get stuck, is that I may notice what's happening to me, but I may assign a label to it, like, oh gosh, I'm feeling really nervous, and that's bad. And mindfulness is just about the noticing of it. It's not about describing something as being good or bad. It's just noticing that it's happening. So other ways to describe it. So mindfulness is meaning maintaining a present moment awareness of our thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, or surrounding environment. Or it also includes the intentional nurturing of positive states of mind, such as kindness and compassion. So this can mean that these constructed periods of time where we talk about maybe having a period of meditation where we sit for 10 minutes or 20 minutes or half an hour and focus on our breathing. That can be a mindfulness practice. Those can be extended periods of time. Or they can be brief mindful moments that we string together, several mindful moments throughout the course of our day, just bringing that attention to what we're doing or what's happening around us. And I bring this up because, you know, how many of us have actually been told to pay attention? We've all been told to pay attention. We tell kids, pay attention. We say it all the time in schools, but most of us haven't been taught how. And that's why this definition of mindfulness and having a shared understanding of it is really important. It's also important for us to know what mindfulness is not, because we hear a lot of information about mindfulness in our conversations in the community and in our work, but lots of those things that we hear may be misconceptions about mindfulness. So for example, mindfulness is not about being calm. That may be a benefit of your practice. That may be something that you experience after you spend, 6 minutes drawing a beautiful mandala. That's wonderful, but that's not the goal in and of itself. It's also not about absence of thought. Lots of times I hear people say, well, I think all the time. My brain is always going. I can't do this mindfulness stuff. I just can't turn my brain off. And again, the absence of thought or the quieting of your thoughts, that may be a benefit of your mindfulness practice. That may be something that happens to you when you take that time to stop and notice your breath or pay particular attention to what you're doing. But our brains are hardwired to be active. Our brains are hardwired to be thinking all the time. And that's not a bad thing. again, mindfulness practice is about just noticing. I'm thinking my thoughts are going in a particular direction today, or I'm noticing that my thoughts tend to be negative today. It's not about emptying your mind and having that absence of thought. It's also not about being complacent. When I first started getting interested in mindfulness practice, one of the colleague that I was talking to was like, what is this non-judgmental acceptance? Does that just mean like you sit there and breathe and everything's okay with the world? And that's not what it's about either. That sometimes the noticing may be that there are places where we notice discomfort, and that discomfort either within ourselves or within something that's happening in the world around us. And sometimes that discomfort can be the thing that points us to action that we need to do. So being a mindful practitioner doesn't mean that you're just sitting and breathing and saying, hey, it's all good. It's not about complacency. And deliberate mindfulness practices can actually point us to places of action. So I also want to make a point that mindfulness is also not religious. Yes, there are roots in Buddhist traditions specifically, although every major religion and spiritual practice does have some element of intentional silence that's part of it. But modern practices are specifically designed and intended to be secular. And it's something we have to be very aware of, especially when we're implementing those practices in public settings like schools. So mindfulness is not a religious practice for purposes of this conversation, although in your private practice, you may incorporate elements of your own spiritual traditions in the individual practice that you do. But for teaching, and again, particularly in public settings or schools, we are speaking about secular practices. And it's not a magic bullet. I want to be really clear about that too. For as much as people talk about mindfulness and, hey, you know, all the CEOs at Google they're doing their breathing and they're meditating. And maybe if we bring mindfulness into schools, we won't have these behavioral issues. It's not a magic bullet. It is not a one-time fix. But it can be a very powerful tool. So for me, this is a tool that I keep in my toolbox. It's just one tool. I've got to have a lot of other things as well. So it's not the one shot, but it is a very powerful tool to keep in your toolkit. So let's talk about a little bit of history about mindfulness practices as well. So again, Jon Kabat-Zinn, who we started with, who gave us the definition for mindfulness. Jon Kabat-Zinn was one of the early pioneers of taking mindfulness practices into other settings and outside of religious practice. And in the late 70s, he developed something called mindfulness-based stress reduction. And Jon Kabat-Zinn was using mindfulness practices in hospitals in the UK. And incorporating mindfulness and breathing and meditation and those kinds of things, the goal was to help patients manage not only their pain, their physical pain, but also to improve their overall well-being and to help them manage their stress levels. And the data showed some very promising outcomes from there. So the second wave of mindfulness practices in secular settings was in mental health. And that occurred in the early 1990s, something called mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. And that was using some principles from cognitive behavioral therapy, but also incorporating mindfulness practices with those as well. And again, the data was really promising about this. So what they showed by implementing mindfulness-based cognitive therapy was reductions in symptoms of depression and anxiety, and also improved sleep quality, improved quality of life, and mindfulness practices also reduced the likelihood of recurring symptoms. So the mental health outcomes were very encouraging as well and continue to be. And then the third wave, in terms of implementing mindfulness practices, did come in education in the early 1980s. Although interestingly, the focus then was not on using mindfulness practices with students, but using it with teachers to improve resilience and to improve self-care. So you can go ahead to the next slide. Since then, mindfulness practices have expanded, they've exploded in schools. And there's actually a ton of curricula out there for teaching mindfulness in a school setting. So these are just a few. I'm not here to promote one over the other, but just to kind of let you know that there are a lot of resources out there. And many of them have free resources as well. So a couple of the ones that get a lot of attention, Mind Up is one of them. That's the actress Goldie Hawn has a great curriculum for implementing in schools, and she's been a very outspoken advocate for mindfulness and its benefits. Mindful Schools is the one that I have experience with. They're based in California. They have some online courses and a year-long certification program, which was something that I had the benefit of practicing. And they do have curricula for K through 5, and they have a separate curriculum for adolescents, for secondary as well. So very structured lessons that you can take into the classrooms. You can go ahead. Any of those programs that you're looking at, whether you're looking at Mindful Schools or Empowering Education, any of those curricula are going to include at least some, if not all, of these components of mindfulness practices. So the first component, and probably the foundational component, is this mindfulness of breath. So for any of us who've practiced mindfulness, even just in mindful moments, it always starts with taking a deep breath, right? And so that's where we start with kids, is just teaching them to be aware of their breath and teaching them the benefits of being able to learn how to do deep breathing.
Hang out for starting your tender when you're ready, okay?
I'm coming.
I think I've got somebody who needs to mute. Oh, there we go. Mindfulness of the body is another component that is incorporated in a lot of mindful school-based curriculums. Just being aware of physical sensations that may be occurring, because for most of us, all of us, we experience our emotions physically before we recognize them cognitively and before we act on them. And so teaching kids to be aware of what emotions feel like in the body, that anxiety, I may not know that it's anxiety, but I may notice that my stomach is upset, or I may notice that my heart is racing, or I may notice tension in my shoulders or in other parts of my body. So incorporating mindfulness of body sensations. We also teach lessons on mindfulness of emotions. So how am I feeling today? I come into school, am I feeling angry because, somebody took my seat on the bus? Or am I tired because I stayed up last night? Am I irritable because I stayed up last night? Teaching kids to be aware of their emotional experiences in the moment and recognizing that those emotions may shift throughout the course of the day. We also teach heartfulness practices. That's that intentional nurturing of kindness and compassion, as well as interpersonal mindfulness. So teaching just to be aware of how our interactions impact ourselves and how they interact other people socially. And then, of course, this concept of everyday mindfulness. So the things that we do automatically without thinking. For us as adults, it's things like getting in the car and, driving the same route that we drive every day. We typically don't pay a lot of attention to those things. Everyday mindfulness helps us to cultivate and increase awareness, especially of those routine kinds of activities. But we teach kids those as well. Things like brushing your teeth or washing your hands, and how you can turn routine activities into moments of engagement and awareness. So why do we teach mindfulness in schools? All of that sounds really lovely, right? Like just being aware, it feels great. Well, here's the exciting part in terms of implications for practice and education, that there is a ton of research that's happening now. It's ongoing. The outcomes are looking really, really promising. And what we like to think about when we're looking at the benefits of implementing mindfulness practices in school, it's like these two wings of a bird, that the research itself is not specifically tied to saying that mindfulness practices can directly impact academic performance. However, we know that in order for a student to be successful academically, they have to be able to sustain attention and focus. And they also have to be able to manage their powerful feelings. They've got to be able to self-regulate. So these are the two wings of the bird. If we want that bird of academic success to fly, we've got to, we do so much better when we can help improve attention and focus, and when we can help kids to be able to deal with the powerful feelings that may overwhelm them throughout the course of a day. So you can go ahead. There's some additional research that currently validates a number of other benefits of mindfulness practices in schools, specifically with young children. that includes reductions in stress and anxiety, as well as improved self-awareness and focus, increased compassion for others, and increased compassion for ourselves as well. So many of these outcomes, research outcomes, mirror some of the outcomes that from earlier data that followed adults as well. And then this is the part I get really excited about. So when I say that mindfulness can change our mind, I love to talk about neuroscience. I love to talk about brains and our structures in our brains and what we can do to just kind of understand things differently from a neuroscience perspective. So in terms of the neuroscience, and again, these are really promising research outcomes, that these are some of the benefits that are starting to be validated by mindfulness practices in schools. And one of them is this less active default mode network. So our default mode network is actually a group of brain regions, and the default mode network tends to show less activity when we're specifically engaged in a task. Our default mode network is the group of brain regions that's engaged when we're awake, but when we're not engaged in any specific kind of activity. So like when we're daydreaming or when we're remembering something or even thinking about other people. And unfortunately, our default mode network tends towards negativity. So I feel like that's kind of a design flaw. I don't really know why that is, but we know there's a correlation between a very active default mode network and problems with self-esteem or depression and other symptoms. So what the data again is showing us is that the practices of mindfulness can actually quiet that default mode network and improve a sense of well-being and happiness. The other neuroscience, again, we are showing reductions in symptoms of depression and anxiety. And when we talk about more specific brain regions, we're showing increases in the volume of the hippocampus, which is your brain's memory center. That's where learning and information, one brain region where that is housed. So that's a key organ for educators, as well as decreases in the amygdala. And the amygdala, that's the region of our brain. It's mature at birth. It's a really important region of the brain. It's our survival organ. But your amygdala, one of its functions is that it is there to perceive threat. It activates our stress response. So, and it triggers our brain to go into survival mode. And so if you've got a kid who is stressed and whose amygdala is activated and their brain is in survival mode, they're not going to be able to access the learning centers of their brain. So the idea that we have a practice that can help us to quiet a stressed out amygdala is really powerful. We talk about today our message about hope, that here's a practice, mindfulness practices that can really help us to quiet an overactive amygdala and help regulate our stress response. That concept for me is really critical when I think about COVID and I think about all of our kids and the collective trauma that all of us have experienced over the last year and a half. Our kids have been, our lives as adults have been disrupted, but thinking through the lens of children and adolescents, that they've been cut off from schools, they've been cut off from caregivers, they've been cut off from peer networks. Their lives have been turned upside down. And so as kids are transitioning back into school environments, I think we are going to see, in fact, I know we're going to see, because we've already started to see it, the significant increases in behavior and concerns about mental health and depression, anxiety, and all kinds of things. So I feel like the idea of mindfulness becomes so much more relevant as we are getting ready to transition back into schools and really deal with the aftermath of this pandemic experience. So again, it's a hopeful thing. Yes, we know this has been a traumatic year, but here we are. We've got some tools that we can use to help to manage that and help our kids to cope a little bit better. Other exciting data that mindfulness practices also can show an increased volume in our prefrontal cortex. And that's the brain region that's responsible for our executive functions. So helping to manage time, to stay organized, to set goals and manage them. That's a really key area for academic success as well. So some really exciting outcomes about this. So I love talking about this because I think when we talk about mindfulness, it can sometimes be sort of touchy-feely and we're like, I feel really good. And that's great. And I do too. And I love it. But I also love the science because this is why you feel good. And this is why it's helpful. So you can go on. What does it actually look like in a school day? Okay, great. I'm sold. I hear that everybody's brain is going to be better if we start doing deep breathing. Awesome. How do I do that? Well, there's a couple of ways. For me as a school-based social worker, I do use it on an individual level constantly. I don't even want to say I use it every day. I use it constantly. I carry a heart rate monitor with me. I have a Hoberman sphere, so I'm breathing with kids all the time. And I think they basically just think of me as the breathing lady, which is fine. So I definitely use it on an individual level. It's a great tool just to have in the toolbox. But you can also incorporate it in classrooms. We've got teachers who implement mindfulness activities on a regular basis. And we also have a number of whole school practices so that as we have started to introduce some of these concepts and activities into the school day, we do have school-wide things that we do now that have become part of our school culture, which is really exciting. And yes, when we do mindfulness lessons in school, sometimes it is about helping kids to be able to learn how to sit and breathe and notice their breath, sometimes for a few minutes at a time. So sometimes people ask me, you can go ahead. Can you really, oh, here it is. So this is what it looks like on a whole school practice. This is our principal, Dr. Lisa DeVerick. I'm using this picture with her permission. When I completed some of my training with mindfulness schools, we talked about doing, I work at Easton Elementary School, we're the Tigers. So we decided that we would introduce tiger breaths as a whole school practice. So you can click on the video and Dr. DeVerick will show you our tiger breaths.
Take a minute and do some tiger breaths. So get your paws ready and have your paws out in front. And you're gonna take a breath in and raise your paws up. Ready? Breathe in, paws up. Paws out. Paws down.
Okay, so what that shows you, if you've got somebody who talks tiger breaths, that's really sweet. So what this is our morning announcements, which used to just kind of come on over the loudspeaker and everybody would listen to it. But when we went to virtual learning, we started doing a video recording of morning announcements. And so now we include deep breathing as part of every morning's morning announcement. So it's become part of the school culture.
Paws up.
There you go. So it's become part of our school culture, which is really exciting. And kids got really into it. And so now we don't just do tiger breaths. The kids will come to Dr. DeVerick and say, I have a lizard breath, or I have a bunny breath, or whatever thing. So we do, it gets kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie, but the concept is really fantastic. So this is what it can look like on a whole school level. And then you can go to the next.
Let's take a minute.
There we go. So people ask, can you really get a bunch of 6-year-olds to be still? And the short answer to that is yes, you can. This is a first grade classroom. You can go to the next one. Because sometimes people are like, you can just show me a picture and, oh yeah, sure, they're sitting still. But no, really, go ahead, hit the video. Just for video evidence. So this was a first grade class that in the fall, I started pushing into to teach the mindfulness curriculum. And the teacher was really invested in it. And she continued a lot of the work with those kids. And they were really excited. That little snippet of video she sent me because she continued the work again after I had finished my portion of pushing in. And those kids sat for 5 minutes and a little bit of movement, but they sat and they paid attention to their breath for 5 solid minutes. And they were so proud that they had their teacher send me a little snippet of video to prove it. So it's really encouraging. And I will also tell you, not coincidentally, that's a classroom that I didn't get called to as often for behavioral issues or concerns. So, that's anecdotal evidence, right? There may be just correlational, not causal, but I'm pretty excited about that too. So you can go to the next. So and training is the key. Again, this is a teacher who did some of her own work. And I think that's part of why this was so successful in that particular classroom. So you can go ahead. So if we had a little more time together, we would be doing a little bit of mindful practice together, but we got to do that with Sherita, and I think that's great. So there'll be other opportunities for that through the course of the day, but I want to just kind of wrap up some of my content. So here's the other piece of this. There's some really interesting research about mindfulness practices and classroom benefits. And there's some data about classrooms where there's improvements in behavior when there are teachers who have engaged in their own work and are doing the mindfulness practices themselves, even though those mindfulness lessons aren't specifically taught to kids. Why do I show a picture of a deer? So imagine that you're in a little, you're out in a meadow and it's early in the morning and the meadow is dewy and the sunlight is just starting to come through the trees a little bit. And there's this happy group of deer over on the edge of the meadow. And one of those deer on the edge of the little herd notices something odd, and he perceives that as a threat and he's worried. And so his little deer senses go on alert and his little deer amygdala gets triggered. And that deer, his tail goes and it flicks up. And all of a sudden, all the other deer around him go, and all the deer go off into the woods and scamper away. Well, that's because the other deer on the other side of the group has no idea what's happened, but their nervous systems are interconnected with one another. And the truth is, human beings are the same way. We are interconnected with one another. So when you have a teacher who is engaging in mindfulness practices and is better able to self-regulate, to recognize their own emotional experience, to be aware of things that are happening in their environment, in their internal selves, that those are things that get communicated into classrooms as well. You got a grumpy teacher and you got irritable kids. So there's a lot of interesting research about just teachers and adults engaging in mindfulness practices as well. And I can say from my own experience that when I started to really cultivate a mindfulness lens, how much that changed my work with some of the most challenging kids. It really just kind of helped keep my own emotional experiences in check and to help me to be more responsive to kids rather than being reactive. That was probably the greatest benefit that I could bring from my own work. So go ahead. There's a book by Patricia Jennings called Mindfulness for Teachers. So these are some of the outcomes from her research, that when adults engage in those mindfulness practices, when teachers do, it helps them to understand their own emotions, to communicate better with students, to help work with difficult students, and all of those ideas about self-care, slowing down when we need to, building relationships, community, all of those, I think, and again, coming out of COVID world, how important these things really are, even more so. So to move on and give you guys a few resources, there are some adult apps. So if you are interested in starting to cultivate your own mindfulness practice, that the one that I use the most is called Insight Timer. It is totally free. I think there might be a few paid features, but most of it's free. So these are things that you can download on your phone and they are fantastic. Calm is one. I do think most of that is a paid feature. Learn to meditate in 7 days. You want to learn how to do this? There's some support to guide you through that. 10% Happier, that's the Dan Harris, the guy who had the panic attack on live TV. That's his app. That yellow dot, that's something new. It's called COVID Coach, and it was developed during the pandemic to help people track things like nutrition and activity and exercise. And Headspace is also another good one. And then for kids, many of those same things, same apps have features for kids. Insight Timer does have some features for kids, Calm as well. There's something called Smiling Mind, and that's got hundreds of activities, including all the other sensory activities using music and movement. That one is totally free. Sesame Street has something called Breathe, Think, Do. And what that does is that help kids have an animated monster who's frustrated, and the kids can help him use breathing to calm down. Super Stretch Yoga, that's that little guy with the red hat mask thing on. That's actually mindful movement through yoga, and it's totally free, and it teaches 12 different yoga poses and incorporates breath and mindful awareness to the movement. And then the bottom one on the right, that little blue guy, that is an app called, it's called Mindful Powers. And what it does is that it guides kids through a series of meditations, stories, and those stories build on each other. That little blue guy is called a Flibberty Gibbet, and it helps kids just to improve focus and breathing. And I know I have just a couple of minutes left, but I really like to end in, rather than describing my experience and how I see the benefits of mindfulness. This is a video from Mindful Schools. It's just a short 3-minute video with the kids talking about the benefits in their own words. So I want to end with that. So you can go ahead and show that video. It's from Mindful Schools.
I get really mad when my brother hits me a lot. I don't like it when you say you don't want to play with me. When I'm mad, my brain can get a headache and it can start hurting. Your blood keeps pumping because you're like really mad. And you start to get sweaty because you're getting really, really mad. And then when you start getting really mad, you turn red. When your body can't really control yourself, mad just takes over your body. I just get out of control. It's kind of like if you had a jar and then the jar would be your brain and then you put glitter in the jar and that would be how you would feel. If you shook up the jar and the glitter went everywhere, that would be how your mind looks. And it's like spinning around and then you don't have any time to think. And you sometimes punch stuff and people when you don't really mean it. When I get angry, I feel it in my heart. I really don't like when I get angry. The amygdala really reacts, but the prefrontal cortex tries to keep it down. When I feel like I want to, get really angry and yell, I just sometimes, take deep breaths. First you find a place where you can be alone, then you find some way to relax and calm down. When I need to calm down, I take deep breaths. I breathe in through my nose. Sometimes I close my eyes or just take deep breaths. It's calming down, it's not moving. It's slowing down and then it stops. And the heart pumps slow and then it goes into your brain. It's like all the sparkles are at the bottom of your brain. My brain slows down and then I feel more calm and then I'm ready to speak to that person.
So thank you guys very much. Whoop, we can go ahead and stop. That's the end. Thank you guys very much. I think I like to end with that because I really do think I can talk about the benefits all I want, but when you hear it really from the voice of kids and their experiences of it, that's really powerful. So a reminder to all of us to just breathe. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. I will be back at 1:30. I think we're doing a Q&A. I love the conversation. I welcome the questions. So I will be available then if anybody wants to talk about this more. And again, thanks for the opportunity to speak with everybody today.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Lewis. Thanks again, Emily, for that presentation. That was great. That was excellent. I love hearing little children speak out of the mouth of babes. That was powerful. So thank you all again for hanging here with us. I am here to present our next presenter, to introduce our next presenter, who is none other than Mr. Rip Cornish, who is a 16-year-old African-American international motivational speaker, born and raised in Cambridge, Maryland. So at this point, Mr. Rip, I think you are considered a senior at Cambridge South Dorchester High School. Before becoming an international motivational speaker, he was full steam ahead towards becoming a lawyer until devastating news hit his family. His father had been incarcerated and he didn't know who or where to turn to. That's when he started leaning onto God, who showed him a way to motivate others through this experience. This led Rip towards Steve Harvey's motivational videos, which helped him shift perspective on the situation that it's all in God's plan. He shares that he was in school one day and his principal notified him that he would be speaking at Howard University. This was the start of it all. From there, Rip has continued to make motivational interviews daily, encouraging others through their struggle, their challenges, and adversities. Welcome, Mr. Rip Cornish.
Thank you guys for having me. I first want to start off this presentation and speech by thanking the ATL conference and all that you guys have done. It is truly an honor to be here. We're going to a college soon. Oh, and you were also chosen to speak at Howard University. It was my middle school principal, Mr. Thompson. I wasn't a speaker at the time. It didn't make sense to me why I was chosen. I was the kid in middle school, just trying to get by with average grades and fit in. But even as a child and up, I still love to talk. I invite you to step back with me. About 8 to 9 years ago, when my first problem, stuttering, ultimately led me to my destiny. As a kid in elementary school, I was often always greeted by mockery and ridicule. Whenever I had to talk, I can vividly recall at times trying to speak, knowing what I was going to say, but never getting to articulate the words in their fullness. This speech impediment had affected my life so profoundly that I would soon find myself having to take speech therapy classes throughout elementary school. This problem never ceased in its ongoing war. But then that's when I learned that God had given me the strength and confidence all along to fight back. The determination of not giving up on self pushed me towards the end goal. So by the end of elementary school, going into middle school, with the right attitude, I had defeated this problem called stuttering. Through this very test and through this story, we have just proven that winning first starts in our mindset and that you can do anything if you put your mind to it. I truly believe that it's 10% of what happens to us and 90% of what our reply is to the adversity at hand. Catherine McKenzie once said, "Attitude towards anything is everything." So with this brief exploration, we've come to find that a positive attitude and the winning effect of a positive attitude, it fundamentally and just all around outweighs the devastating effects of a negative mindset. The champion in you can thrive, strive, and accomplish more than you ever thought with a positive mindset. So now I want to ask you a question, and you can put your questions, your answers down in the chat box on this meeting. And the question is, what good from the experience that we have just taken, what good is having a positive mental attitude? And you can put your answers down in the chat box below about the good things that come from having a positive mental attitude. And that's basically just saying, again, and reinforcing, better health and well-being, definitely. Health, yes. Because you can also see it as So if your mindset is poor, you know, you won't be able to do great things. So if your mindset is set on greatness and if you want to achieve, you can do those things. But if your mindset is just stuck in one place and not doing much, then you can't really achieve much. So yeah, positive outlook leads positive outcomes. Definitely. These are all very great answers. Those are some very good answers. But without this next point, which necessitates the vital need of sound counsel to succeed under pressure. Without it, you may very well reach your goal, but not to the fullest extent of happiness that dwells in you. Within us all are victors. As victors, we love progression, not only towards our ultimate goals, but also towards reaching our fullest extent of happiness along the journey. Can I safely say, and this is another question, can I safely say that you want both happiness and success? Yeah, you guys are all champions, so I knew that answer was going to be obediently yes. You guys always strive for greatness. Well, this next step can help you on your road to obtain both of those things. I want you guys to answer this question also. Have you ever pursued a goal so quick that once across the finish line, you have reflected on the journey and discovered that there could have possibly been a missing piece? Absolutely. Yep. I had an experience like that too. I invite you to step back with me. About 8 to 9 years ago, when I found the missing piece, a guidance counselor, Mr. Pender, who unintentionally taught me this life lesson. One day, I was in one of my third grade teacher's class when an incident had broken out between me and another student. This is when it all was about to unknowingly change for me. Mr. Pender had come to get me out of the classroom to de-escalate the situation from further action. We went to go sit down in his office, and he then began to ask me questions such as, what's wrong with me and how I'm feeling. At first, I was a little reluctant to talk about the pent-up anger and the feeling of inadequacy. Because that was something I was instinctively used to. Talking about how I felt never greeted me whenever a situation or circumstance happened in its fullness. So then he proceeded to ask again, what was truly wrong with me? I finally broke. I proceeded to tell him about the bullying, the ridicule, the teasing, the mockery, and even the splitting of my mother and father. He, without hesitation, began to speak to me about the problem and allowed me to talk to my mom over the phone about what I was going through and how I felt. Mind you, I was never used to this. Whenever situations like this happen, I will hold it in. And that's how that feeling of inadequacy and pent-up anger started, by me holding it in, by me just wrapping myself and my emotions and not letting them go. But with this guidance counselor, I had realized that once I had defeated that problem called stuttering, I still had work to do on self. And he helped me to discover that work. He helped me to discover that he was in fact the missing piece. And I would soon come to realize that God had inserted him into my life in order for me to gain my true self again. Truly. So earlier we gained notice that our mental attitude affects our physical attitude, which then affects our ultimate outcomes. So due to our mental attitudes affecting our ultimate outcomes, we also know that our future outcomes will in fact be affected by our mental attitudes. I have a question for you guys. In what ways do you think you could exercise the action of sound counsel when it comes to your very own mental attitude? Again, you can place the responses and the answers down in the chat box below on this meeting. Yeah, that's very true. Share your experiences with others, don't be ashamed. Yeah, that's very true. Pick your battles. Yes, that is true. That's true. Calm yourself and think. Yes, definitely. That was something I was never used to, calming myself and thinking, those type of things, just, man, but then God had inserted him into my life, you know, as the piece that I needed to fit the puzzle. So thank you guys for responding and being active also. Thank you guys. So again, we return to the great possibilities of discovering and keeping a brand new mindset. If you may, allow me to ask you another question. What often stops us from doing or enacting on something? Definitely fear. Self-doubt, yes. Fear, self-doubt, yes. Anxiety, yes. Definitely. Afraid of failure, yes. Shame, yes. These are all very true. Fear of change. Those are all very true statements. Negative thinking, however, yep. Low self-esteem, yep. Those are, man, you guys are hitting it right on the head. These are all very true things. Approval, fear, yes. Yes. So now I have another question to go along with that question. When is the last time you experienced being fearful of doing something, but you did it? And you not only survived, but thrived. I know a couple of us have probably had those experiences of being Tuesday. Definitely, definitely. Yeah, today, yeah, virtual schooling, yeah, ATV riding. Oh, wow, that's adventurous. Last year, yeah, today. Oh, wow. Wow, that's major. Okay. Thursday, definitely. Started. Oh, wow. That's, wow. You guys are some very adventurous people pretty often. Yes. Yeah. But you did it. And even in your fear, even in your anxiety, you still pushed through and you still conquered and you overcame. I just want to give you a round of applause just for a second, because even in spite of your anxiety and not feeling like you could do it or feeling inadequate, you still did it. You still pushed through, and now you are here and you're still doing it. So just big round of applause for you. And I'm just asking you to keep going, because you are more than a conqueror and you are a champion. So with that being said, I want to take you back 5 to 6 years when I learned this from a great football coach, AKA Coach Ben, who showed me how to discover a brand new mindset with resilience in the midst of fear. Had I not taken Coach Glenn's life lessons of teaching me perseverance, I could have possibly never discovered the real meaning of fighting back and rising as a champion, born by this step called conquer and overcome. In the searing hot summer of 2016, I had just graduated from backyard neighborhood football games to the official game of football. You know, with actual pads and actual helmets. When I think of conquering and overcoming, I often think back to the times when me and my teammates would have to run around this massive field in order for us to receive water at the end of the vigorous challenge. And oftentimes, as we were running, coach would have us run in a group in order for team building to take place. Many people would stray away and at times be on the brink of giving up in such conditions. But the moral of sticking together he had instilled in us during the times when perseverance was vital and the fear was high, helped us to encourage each other and push each other towards the finish line. Now just take a mental picture and imagine clawing towards your finish line. Dirt is all over you. The blistering hot summer sun is beaming directly on you. You're threatened with every unexpected clawed inch of victory to stop in your tracks and give up. But somehow, some way, in that unwaveringly high heat, you claw and you claw until you reach your finish line. Not knowing that right after going through that field experience, you can barely walk, you can barely stand. Right after going through that one, you'll have to endure another. You want to keep going. You want to persevere. You want to persevere through the next. You want to conquer and overcome. But you're not sure how to after enduring the first field experience. Without this next point, which necessitates the crucial action of daily encouragement, without it, you could potentially cross your first finish line, but could face what may seem to be unbearable discouragement and adversity during your second field experience. A famous speaker, Inky Johnson's grandmother, once said, "You are in the midst of adversity, or just came out of adversity, or it won't be long until they head into adversity." So either way, you need to be prepared either way. Let's be prepared. In July of 2019, me and my mom had just arrived at the prestigious UMBC campus. My mom driving, of course. I had been invited by a local school program called MBRT, Maryland Business Roundtable, which helped teenagers in my school to perform better in academics and encouraged us to reach our fullest potential when it came to pursuing our career paths. We experienced daily encouragement with trips to the likeness of Morgan State, Salisbury University, Bowie University, and Townsend University. For the first time in our lives, we not only got to see or feel where we could go, and only a small percentage, just a small percentage of how much we could truly accomplish. There aren't many success stories where I'm from. It's a small town called Cambridge, Maryland. Giving into the environment around you is something that's typical here. Many people never had the chance of being exposed to higher. But by the grace and loving kindness of God, I was able to have the opportunity of being exposed to higher. So again, we arrive at the prestigious UMBC campus on a beautiful 70-degree summer day. I unload my bags, checking at the front office, and head up by elevator to my dorm for the week. Hundreds of teenagers attended this very camp. It was amazing. The food, however, the lineup they had, it was even better. It was even better. But the best parts of this whole experience was when all of us, all the teenagers at the camp, would gather in the central yard early in the mornings, the top of our day. And when we gathered in this central yard, we would recite amazing chants in order for us to get motivated and mentally established for the various experiences ahead of us. This early morning daily encouragement helped us to thrive throughout the day. Now, earlier, we discussed how you can conquer and overcome, but also begged the question of what if after the first field experience, I come in contact with another field experience and am not properly equipped with the willpower and mental stamina to get through it. This is where our current step, daily encouragement, comes in. With daily encouragement, you not only get re-energized, but it can also be an assistance and help you go farther than you ever imagined. With the changing world around us, it has never been a better time to be mindful, not only externally, but internally as well. A study done by D. Charms in 1968 proposed that intrinsic motivation is a lifelong psychological growth function that is based in the basic psychological needs for competence and autonomy. Competence refers to the feeling of effectiveness. In other words, the sense of growing mastery in activities that are optimally challenging and that further develop one's capacity. A D. Charm study, the study that we just read and just revised and went over, in that study, he describes intrinsic motivation as a lifelong psychological growth function. And the foundation, the basic foundation, and or what makes up your intrinsic motivation is competence. In D. Charm's study, he defines the word competence as a tool that expands your knowledge and that can help you to conquer challenging situations and circumstances. And when doing that, and when doing this, he adds that it can be an assistance in developing your psychological state of mind to an even higher level. It can bring you more knowledge. I like to think of this theory and study done by D. Charms as a balloon. When we look at balloons, we begin to see that they're little at first, but still just have a little bit of capacity. Then as you eagerly fill up and tie the balloon, by close and steady observation, you realize that the balloon's capacity has expanded immensely. The balloon is you and your field experience. You may have started out not knowing if you could get to your finish line, but through the hot sun, the rough terrain, discouragement, adversity, opposition, you still decided not to quit in spite of all of those factors. It may be your job. It may be the struggle of getting through this very pandemic, or just day-to-day living. But if anyone hasn't informed you of this yet, you are a natural born warrior whose challenges only give them a minor setback that is bound to produce a major comeback. So all in all, we've come to find that one, the winning effect of a positive attitude fundamentally outweighs the devastating effects of a negative mindset. We've also come to find that two, having someone to talk to along the journey is vital and fundamental. And three, our mental attitudes affects our physical attitudes, which then will affect our ultimate outcomes. And four, that in times when you feel like giving up, to have those peers, those supportive peers around you to lean on. And finally, five, that even when going through and going through once more, daily encouragement and or the daily reminder of how strong you are can help you to keep going and never give up. My hopes are that you not only listen, but act. Mindfulness in a changing world. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rip. That was amazing. Such wisdom for a 16-year-old.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
We appreciate you joining us today and your words of wisdom for us all. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. It is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, which is James Carter. James is a peer recovery support specialist at Talbot County Health Department. He has worked with the Talbot County Addictions Program for the last 3.5 years and will be celebrating his 13th year in recovery this September. Yay, good for you, James. James is a tenacious community advocate who is passionate about sharing resources and education to prevent overdose and addiction. Welcome, James, to speak. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can everyone hear me? I hope I'm unmuted.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. First of all, I would like to apologize to the committee. I've been so swamped and busy, and I've been trying to do the best I can. I actually was running around this morning, but I am here. I tried to make all my appointments and do the best I can. I'm not too good at this, you know, the motivational speaking and being around others. I just like to be in the background, but I guess I can break out of the shyness. Hello, Eddie. It's been a while since I've seen you, Miss Eckert. And Sharon, thank you for texting me and getting on me and supporting me. I really appreciate that, Sharon. I really do. Okay, so basically I could just start off with my story. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and that means that, like the presenter just said, I'm coming up on 13 years clean and sober. And that means that I haven't used any moving substances in my body. I am peer support working out of the Talbot County Health Department. And with that, it helps me because I have a story to tell. And I can connect with people that's going through mental health or via drug addictions. Let's see. I'll just give you a quick background. I'm originally from Stamford, Connecticut, born and raised. I am half Black and half Puerto Rican. I speak somewhat fluent Spanish. I came from more of a Spanish background. My grandmother was originally from Eastern Maryland, and she went to Connecticut. And then my father followed, and I'm here. I am also, I have 9 siblings, 3 from my father and 6 from my mother. I am definitely the black sheep of my family. Everybody else in my family is of really Puerto Rican descent, nice hair, all of that stuff. So that transitioned over to me being basically the black sheep of the family. I'm just going to run through this quickly. I've been in group homes. I've been 17 years incarcerated in my life on an installment plan, 5 years in, 5 years out, 3 years in, 2 years out. And my last stay through all of this, through my addiction, was down in TCDC, right here in Talbot County. I had some issues. I ended up in there for approximately 6 months in a turtle suit with poop and pee on me after a 3-day blackout on suicide watch. And I tried to keep that forefront for myself, and it helps my peers to understand the depths and the level of how far I took myself. And it helps to let them get a clear understanding that I'm just like you and I'm willing to help you. After that stay, I linked up, and there was a first official recovery house, which was here in Talbot County, called Fresh Start. I was one of the 3rd candidates that came out of there and stayed clean and sober since. I attribute a lot to Tori Bremmel and Anthony Lovett. They were a good piece of my upcoming in this recovery community. What else is there to say? Oh, I have 9 kids, 6 baby mamas, a lot of drama at one point, but you know, working through this, the fellowship of Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, big ups to them. They started to work some steps in my life as a 12-step program, which helped me understand who I was as a person. I've seen psychiatrists, big ups to Vicky Ramkin, she's not around anymore. She helped me out considerably. I opted out from taking any types of medications. I took the holistic approach and the spiritual approach for my mental health. What else is there? Yeah, so I had a lot of issues trying to combat this disease. I feel it is a disease for me, of addiction. And a lot of issues with my baby mothers. Oh my God, I have no idea. But I can honestly say today that we have a loving, caring relationship. You know, after I let go of my own resentments, and I had to figure out that I was part of the scenario, understanding that I was powerless. You know, all of these things that I was taught through the program helped me understand who I was as a person. And I began to change, and in the process, they became the change, you know. And making amends was something that was very hard for me because I never thought anything was wrong. After I'm sorry. So let's see, where was I? Yeah, the amends piece was very big on me because, you know, I truly had to make amends, and I try to be the best avid father I can be in my addiction. But since I've been clean, I've been there for my kids. I have one kid that's currently, Samir, is in the military. I have another daughter that's currently going to Morgan State, and I have a son that plans on going to, I think he's planning on going to Morgan State as well. He actually lives with me. I ended up getting custody of 2 of my kids. How amazing is that? And I didn't take it to court. It's just that I changed my life, and they decided they wanted to live with Dad. And let's see, I am a homeowner. I just recently got married. It's been 2 years. I've been with my wife for like 8 years total. We're living a beautiful life. I never had it so good. I never knew this side. By doing the next right thing would be so wonderful. You know, growing up, there was always 2 wolves on my shoulders, the good wolf and the bad wolf. And it was like, which one I choose? And I always chose that bad wolf because it felt right. You know, doing the next right thing became very hard for me. Doing good things was hard for me, but as I changed in my recovery, I started to understand it's okay, James. Doing things the right way, it's a process. You know, I don't have the most highest level of education. The most I did as far as education was a bunch of trainings, and I got my GED in jail. You know, that's just like to clear up like who I am as a person, what I do, and I'm in the help field now. You know, being a peer is wonderful, but it's so demanding. It's so much. I got to watch out for burnout. Trust me, I do. I got to watch out for burnout. So let's see. I can just go into some of these things that I do as a peer. I wrote some things down, which I didn't. I apologize for not giving it to you guys. Okay. First of all, one of the greatest things I do is I'm an advocate for those that are in need. Advocacy is when one person helps another to have their views and opinions and concerns basically reached. And that's one thing I do for my peers. I will advocate for them 100%. I will go to any length for them as long as they're willing to go to the length with their self, because it's very hard out there, especially coming from the background that they come from. Usually they've been incarcerated. They got, I don't know, extensive records and all kinds of things. And they don't believe that it's possible that they can get certain jobs or any types of trainings. And I tell them, I said, look, I've been through it. So through my lived experience helps them to truly understand that it's possible. Let's see, another part of advocacy is intended to promote dignity and reduce of stigma towards peers and consumers of mental health and substance use disorders. That's basically what I said. And stigma, that's one of the big ones, stigma. You know, we get stigmatized all the time. You know, just to look at me now, you wouldn't tell, but to see me and how I looked about 13 years ago, I know I would have been stigmatized as, no, we're not going to hire you. Look at you, you know, because I know I was in my active addiction. But stigma is clearly defined as experience of being deeply discredited due to one's undesired differences. Stigma can really hurt, and it's big, and it prevents people from trying to shift to the next stage in their life, especially when you're early on in your recovery. And to help boost the person's confidence is to be there and go to the deepest hole sometimes and just bring them out of it and just be supportive of them. Okay, let's see what else I got here. Let's see, peer relations. No, not that one. Okay, let me see. You guys got to apologize. I'm just saying. Okay, this is a good one. This is basically a definition of what recovery support is for me. It is a process of giving and receiving non-clinical, let me clear that up, non-clinical, because I am no doctor, I am no lawyer, I am none of those things whatsoever, you know, but assistance to help aid the process of recovery. Peer recovery support is provided by individuals with lived experience in recovery, like I just mentioned. Peer recovery specialists are individuals or family members who have lived experience with mental illness and or substance use disorder, has completed formal training, who provides one-on-one strength-based support to a person in recovery. PIR, that's me. Aspects of recovery. 4 major dimensions that support life of recovery is: 1 is health, managing physical and emotional health. 2 is home, stable place to live. 3 is purpose, meaningful daily activities, job, school, volunteer, family. And 4 is community, relationships and social network that support hope, love, and friendship. These are the things that I basically help my peers because they are my equal. I never think that I'm above them or below them, but just right where I meet them exactly where they're at so they can understand that I am there for them 100% and I got their back. I am their greatest cheerleader. I cheer them on because we want to reduce the stigma on ourselves. We want to be able to have them advocate for themselves as well. And if they need me to advocate, I am 100% behind them, good, bad, or indifference. You know, if they need treatment or anything, I'm there to support because of the resources that I am. And that brings me into special roles in peer recovery specialist. Problem solver, helps them define potential problem areas, assist with solve a problem. I am a resource broker, which I just mentioned, links to community resources, treatments, and other support services to develop independence. That's the key word, independence, because a lot of times we come in here with these codependency issues. Not only that, we come in with entitlement issues as well. We have family members that think that their significant other maybe, or a child, or nephew, niece, or aunt, or whoever the person may be, after 3 months, they just hand them over everything and instead of letting them work towards their recovery and get the things that they need on their own. Advocate. Assist and educates the PRP to protect their own rights and acts on their behalf when requested. And one of the core values of a support for me is hopeful, open mind, empathetic, respectful, honest, direct, and facilitating change. I'm always facilitating change. I'm always there for them to try to see if they can focus themselves and empower them to do even better than what they think they can't do. Nothing is impossible if you're in recovery. And I tell them, I said, I'm living proof. You know, I don't try to brag. I try to make sure that I'm on the same level with them to make them understand that I am right where you were at one point. And if I don't, I have resources. I have other people and peers that, you know, been through this stuff that they can give their stories. And living in your story is one of the greatest things that you can give somebody that's in active addiction. Let's see. And I touched on advocacy. Let's see here. What else I got? We got one more thing. Okay, let's see. Basically, I talked about the illness story and recovery story. Somewhere it shows you how how I've been there. Promotes empathy, focus on strength and overcoming barriers, sharing what works and what doesn't work. Focus on wellness, and definitely focus. I am a hope provider. I love that. Shot of hope. That's what it's all about. Let's see. I definitely have to be careful of self-care for myself. Self-care, I have to prevent that burnout because I do have a family. I have to understand that I have to have a balance. And having a balance is to make sure that I tell my peers that this is the line and you can't cross it. And I have a bad, I just can't say no. That's my problem. I'm doing the best I can to not say no because I've learned in training that no is a complete sentence. And you have to stick by your no, and you have to demand your no, and you have to own your no. I don't own it very well. You know, someone can call me at any time and I'm up and running. It doesn't matter what time it is, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I will be there to support you. Let's see. Ethical boundaries and responsibilities. Whew. The safe, effective approaching interactions between a peer recovery specialist and a peer with whom they are working. Boundaries protect both the peer recovery specialist and the peer. Yeah, working on it. I'm working on it. Doing my best. Because it's hard when it's like a deer in headlights. When they see the headlights and you see it go off in someone's head, and then all of a sudden they're going through one bad situation, and they call me like 3 o'clock in the morning. What am I supposed to do? For me, as a peer and as a person, as caring person that I am, I will talk them off the ledge. And it can be something simple as, my kid hung up the phone on me, and then we'll go through the whole spill, we'll go through things, and we'll just work through it. Somehow, somewhere, we will get through it. I don't have the answers. Sometimes it's just a matter of just being there for someone, showing the empathy, being there to support them in any kind of way, And that brings me to ethical guidelines. Support peers to make their own choices, honoring self-determination. Do not put your own agenda ahead of the peers' agenda. Negotiation with peers to facilitate peers' choices and shared power. That's big, shared power. Because basically they have the answers in them. If you sit and you listen to someone, they will come up with their own answers. And then what I do is I just stick with that answer and try to help them build on it. Avoid power struggles. I really don't do that at all, but I am a truth teller as well. So if I see something and I know it's going to be detrimental to their life or hurt them or harm them in any kind of way, or if they're making a really, really bad decision, I will speak my truth about it, and it's their choice if they decide if they want to go ahead with it. And usually, guess what? I was one too. I didn't listen. And so I got a little pain. Hopefully they'll make it back, and they were like, you know what? You were right. Maybe I should try something different. Let's see. I will not expose, devote, manipulate, abuse, neglect, or ignore a peer. And that gets to me. I do my best not to ignore them, but sometimes I have to, because I do have a life outside of, working. And then I'm also a person in long-term recovery as far as going to 12-step meetings. Sometimes I don't like going to in-person meetings here in Talbot County. I have to go into a different county because majority of the peers in Talbot County and Dorchester County, basically they all know me. Or I've touched their lives, or I've been in part of their lives, or something along that way. And they always talking about work. And I'm like, look, dude, I'm just like you. I come here to get my medicine because I don't want to pick up, This is where I let out my steam, or my stress and everything. This place is my safe haven. Step 2 clearly defines it in the book, in the rooms, that, a power greater than myself that could restore me to sanity. And that's where I take it as. I didn't say they was my higher power. Higher power meaning that, God of your understanding and this and that, but it's just a power greater than me, because I have to be able to understand I can't let ego be involved, which is easing God out. There's a lot of acronyms that I use here and there. And just like fear, it's fear goes both ways. Face everything and recover, or forget everything and run. And today I like to face everything and recover. Fear is okay. I've learned that fear is okay. There's healthy fear and there's bad fears, depending on how you want to choose which one you want to do. Let's see here. What else I got here? Oh, recovery and wellness, the stages of change. I went through all of these stages. Okay, the first stage is pre-contemplation. That's when a person is just not really feeling it, and you're able to talk to them, and you're able to say a few things to them and get them to somewhat contemplate, but not really. And then contemplation is like, well, I don't know. And then there's preparation, is when they're ready, you're there for them to take the action. And action is the last one when they really start getting into recovery. And then maintenance, that should be around like 6-month period time, where they are able to function as somewhat citizens in society. I don't know. I guess that's what they call it. Don't mind me. But yeah, so, and then there's an offbeat set where it says relapse, but we're not going to talk about relapse. Relapse is not a part of my story. This is my first time in recovery, so I don't know what that looks like. But to someone else, they know what relapse looks like, and it's not my job to sit up there and say, well, I don't know what it looks like. It never happened to me. No, I still support them. I was like, look, I don't know what it looks like. Can we talk about it? And this gives them a chance to build a closer relationship with me. What else is there? Wellness. had all this stuff I was supposed to send, but I had wrote it down. I never. And I wanted to talk about also cultural differences, cultural competency. I deal with people with multiple different cultures as well. I also deal with people in the Spanish community, which is hard because they are very safeguarded. They don't, you know, a lot of them here are illegal or whatever the case may be, but I'm still there to support them. They call my phone like crazy too, so my Spanish is getting even better, actually, because, you know, I've been getting a lot of calls. I contribute that Multicultural Center, yay. Sorry, I didn't know if I can big shout out, but I shout them out too. They've been a big help to me, and I've been a big help to them as well. And Midshore as well, Midshore Behavioral Health. Big ups to Ashley, big up to Sharon too. Ashley Slaza, very good girl. Yeah, very good person. I love Ashley. That's basically the whole kit and caboodle as far as, you know, what I do as a peer and what I'm able and capable of doing for the community. And in return, what happens is it brings down the harm reduction risk of people out there in the community by using drugs or deciding to use drugs. I'm also affiliated with all local agencies. If you need my help, feel free to call me or email me. I will be there for you, any of you. I'll do the best I can to support. I guess my time is up. Is my time up? Yeah, maybe. And plus, I got a good personality. I love what I do. I might have to get off of here because this peer is actually burning me up, going through crisis mode as always. I really appreciate you guys for having me. I truly apologize that I wasn't able to give my full attention to everything. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. And I got I don't know if you can see it, got my shirt on. And I'm supposed to be off today, by the way, but that's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. Well, I love all you guys and have a great weekend. Bye.
Wow. Let's give it up for James. James, thank you so much for being here with us today. Your experience and expertise and passion is truly amazing. Thank you for sharing all of that. And I know that I speak for all of us when I say that you are a true treasure of the Eastern Shore community. We are so lucky to have you here helping us, fight this fight and get people into recovery and treatment. So thank you so much. All right. Well, we are running a little bit ahead of schedule today, and that's a-okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick 10-minute break here. We will rejoin. Let's rejoin at 11:45. There's math. So we will see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Huh? Wow, what's out there? Oh, you going to the football? No.
and the way they interact with the humans. So the other thing about horses is they are mindful. Horses are in the moment, without bias, and very authentic and genuine. So when it comes to practicing mindfulness and teaching mindfulness, we like to use horses to be able to recognize and understand the smells, the sounds, all of the things that they come along, even from touching and just the experience of being in the arena with horses. You can go to the next one, Julie. So I just want to break down some different roles because there are differences, and sometimes I want to make sure that when you are searching for services for your client or for yourself, that you know exactly what you're asking for. At the top, I have traditional riding instructors. Those are people who have had credentials and worked in the equestrian field and demonstrated competency around training or showing or teaching and things like that. Riding instructors are someone that you would, have done themselves lessons. You might have your daughter or your son that decided, I'm going to keep turning as we go, that want to take riding lessons. It's the riding instructor that you're calling and saying, hey, I'd like to do lessons. These are not people who are certified in therapeutic riding. These are strictly basic riding instructors that are fun to go have a day at a farm at. Equine specialists are a little different. Equine specialists, like Pam here, is actually a riding instructor certified under a certain organization to provide therapeutic riding or adaptive riding, or to assist a team in equine assisted psychotherapy. So they have a special role. They have very in-depth horse knowledge, just like the riding instructor does, but they've gone through additional training and certifications in order to engage in that service.
And in addition to that, so you can be a therapeutic riding instructor. That doesn't necessarily make you an equine specialist. They are different credentials. Typically, the equine specialist is certified to work with horses on the ground rather than being ridden or on their back.
Thanks, Pam.
You're welcome.
The other role in equine therapy is the therapist. And we, to do EAP, which I'll refer to equine psychotherapy as EAP, you do need to have a licensed behavioral practitioner. They are someone who has to stay within their scope of practice, just like any other clinician would have to do. So if I'm not someone certified in trauma, I'm not providing trauma work when I'm doing equine therapy. So you do have to sort of gauge what your role is as a therapist before you're doing this. And you have to have some level of training and certification in the field. Now, some licensed therapists are trained in dual roles, and Lisa May down at Idlewild in Federalsburg is a fantastic example of that. She is a past certified licensed clinician who has been doing equine psychotherapy and equine adaptive learning, riding and things like that for a really long time. So she's been around a long time. For some models though, like a gala, you actually have to have a team approach. So you can't just have both someone playing a dual role, you have to have a therapist and you have to have an equine specialist. And there's a really great reason for that, because when we're doing a gala work, it's strictly ground. And so my ES, who is at my back right now, is paying attention to the safety and well-being of me and my clients and of the horses. And my job is to pay attention to the role of safety and well-being of my clients. So there is a specific reason for that type of approach. You can go next one, Julie. I just put up here, just so you know, the GALA certification, and I did it more for the angle of the ES, the equine specialist, and you can see that they have to have at least 3 years of full-time work in the field and hands-on experience with the horses and 100 hours of continuing education. So ESs, the equine specialist, really is a specialized situation, and not just anyone who owns a horse can be an ES. So I just kind of want to put that up for that part. The other thing is that if anyone who's interested in a gala, or if there's a therapist out there who has some kind of horse background, this is a really great model to use. And it is a 5-day certification. There is ongoing CEUs like any other certification is, but it's been really worth it. Pam and I have been doing this for almost 10 years now. I never regret going and get certified in this. It has been an amazing experience doing equine psychotherapy. So
I have to reiterate that because I totally agree. And even if we didn't do any other therapy for my own horse knowledge, it's been a wonderful trip. Yeah, it really has.
Yeah, it is. You could go to the next one, Julie. So let's talk about the different types of equine therapy that is available to clients and to yourself. The first one is what you probably typically know as therapeutic riding, or what we also refer to as adaptive riding, which is conducted by a certified riding instructor. This is a usually mounted activity, and it's usually focused on individuals who have physical, developmental, or emotional needs. So the traditional riding disciplines are taught, but they also participate in activities designed to accommodate the specific challenges. So if you think about somebody who is in a wheelchair that wants to be on horseback, that is an accommodation that's made in the adaptive riding approach. If you think about someone with autism who is working through the connection on a horse and looking at sensory issues and things like that, this is something that adaptive riding can address. If you have a kid with ADHD who has trouble with focus and concentration and self-esteem, adaptive riding is fantastic because it builds up their own confidence and the ability to focus on something besides themselves for a half an hour, depending on how long they're riding for. So it's designed for those areas. It improves balance and strength, and improves coordination and motor skills, and all the things that I mentioned, which is confidence and leadership and things like that. So most of the programs here on the shore, and I'll have a list of them at the end, actually provide adaptive riding approaches in their services. So you can check the next one, Julie. So I threw this one in because sometimes people, when we think about, I mentioned someone in a wheelchair riding, just because someone in a wheelchair is riding doesn't mean they're actually doing physical therapy with an adaptive rider. Hippotherapy is actually its own specific service, and it has to be conducted by a physical therapist. And it addresses physical and occupational therapies. It's using the dynamic movement of the horse to achieve therapy goals, and the horse can help with postural responses. So you have to have a physical therapist certified in hippotherapy. There's one on the shore, but I'm not sure if it's a service that's being offered currently anywhere.
I'm not sure that it's being offered anywhere either. You can, under the hippotherapy certification, also work with a speech and language therapist or an occupational therapist. I personally would think that a physical therapist would be the most sensible. Yeah.
And supposedly the way it works is that the movement of the horse simulates human walking. So that's why the hippotherapy can be very beneficial for someone in that experience.
Something else to go along with that, as well as in adaptive riding, is that we take into consideration the size of the horse, width of the horse, because every horse's movement, just like people, is a little bit different. So if you have someone who, say you have a client who has cerebral palsy and is a little hypertonic, and they would not want to be on a horse that would be super wide. You would want a more narrow horse for that.
So EAL, equine assisted learning, we refer to as EAL and EAFL. We actually love this particular service. We do provide that service here at Bridges. It is designed to be a one-time deal usually, and its focused area is usually on professional development or education. We have used it, we have agencies that like to come out and do work retreats and work on communication and leadership and problem solving. They do it in the arena, on the ground with the horses, and it's a lot of fun. Actually, in the picture that you see was a group that came out and worked on communication among their team. We have also used it for trainings. We've conducted anti-racism trainings and used the horses as a way to process the emotions and things like that during the training. So this is a really fun experience for anybody that wants to do any kind of workshop, retreat, and we can accommodate those things here at the farm too. You can go to the next one. So the main one I really want to talk about, though, is equine assisted psychotherapy. This one is conducted by and with a licensed behavioral therapist, as I mentioned. This is a hands-on experience, and we have our partner here walking around behind us, Luce. And typically when we do any kind of EAP work, this is exactly what it's like. Now we're in a small contained area right now, but we can be out in a field with a herd. We can be we have a very large indoor arena here where we can put several horses as well. So the horses are moving freely and have the ability to come and go as they please. And it's their interaction during that period of time that brings things up for the client. So there's where we talked about creating metaphors and things like that. So the horse kind of reflects some of the experiences they're having with the clients. They're reflecting on some of the emotions. For example, this one here is right behind me, kind of hanging a little bit and then moves off again. So the curiosity, moving around and having the ability to do what they want gives them a chance to be genuine and authentic during the process. So it's really a lot of fun having that experience with that horse. The other thing is that these are very large animals. Now, this is a small pony that we have brought in today, but we actually, who we do use regularly, but we also have very large horses. And interacting with something that's so large can, especially for someone who has anxiety and things like that, can definitely, we can address that stuff right there in session. How do they face their fears? How do they stay grounded? All of the things that kind of experience in the moment by having this animal that they may or may not be used to kind of in their space. So all of those things kind of come out during the equine assisted therapy process. So things that people can work on, we work on relationships, coping skills. Trauma is probably 90% of our work here and is the majority of most of our experiences with our clients, but it's not the only one. Julie, you can flip to the next one because actually, as you can see, this one's going to try to get into the stuff back here, into the toy box. So when you talk about what is it that we can do in EAP, who do we serve, what diagnosis, things like that. The basic answer to that is there's nothing that, no one that cannot benefit from this service. When I mentioned trauma, obviously when we talk about trauma, traditional talk therapy is great, but you'll also need experiential work in that. So there's that, different parts of your brain accessing different visual imagery. The horses definitely provide visual imagery when working in a trauma with trauma clients. So depression, grief, substance use. There are programs actually in the country that conduct their IOPs in an arena with horses, and it's really been fantastic work that they have done. So anything is appropriate. We do individual, family, and couples work. There's been, since the pandemic, a lot of family work that we have been conducting, probably in the last 6 months or so, as people start to emerge from their homes and start to kind of recognize some of the weaknesses or maybe the deficits or the challenges their families experience being locked in together. They're coming out and problem solving that. And it's just been that sort of awareness of, okay, these are things we need to focus on to be stronger, or how are we going to manage this going forward? So coming out and doing that in the arena with the horses has been very effective for them. Veterans, obviously, and sex abuse survivors and things like that. And we also, ages across the lifespan, I put that at the bottom. Just want to point out, this is all ages. So anyone, I think the youngest we've had in the arena doing EAP work has been 3. And that was because they were doing family work and they wanted that child involved in the process. So go ahead, Julie, you can go. So I wanted to share some horse stories because one of the things, and we've had a lot of people who have come out and sort of talked to us about, oh, well, what is this like? What's it been like for you guys to do this service? And actually, we had some reporters who've been out. And one of the things that we've learned is that it's hard to explain unless you've experienced it, but sometimes the stories help, and sort of sharing some of the stories that we've had over the years with doing this kind of work. So I'm going to start with the far right picture. And it's a horse that has a letter being held up in front of their face. We had a group of kids that we worked with that were at-risk youth who were coming out and doing a lot of work around mindfulness and grounding. And it's a time-limited situation. So, they came out for like 10 groups or something like that. And then at the end, we typically let them take a picture with their horse. So it's something they carry with them. It's something they can use for grounding going forward. It's very effective. When this particular horse, the little girl who had been working with them had a lot of trauma in the family situation, and this horse she named Peanut. So she was having a really tough day in school that particular day, and the school-based therapist said, well, what do you think about writing a letter to Peanut? And she did, and it grounded her right in the moment. That sort of memory of her experience with the horse and remembering some of the techniques that she used to just think about Peanut or visualize Peanut. So she wrote a letter to Peanut, and this was us taking a picture of him reading the letter for her and sending that back to her. So she still carries it even, and this was like 6 months, a year later, she's still carrying this with her in some ways. The one in the middle is actually this little guy, this little one here, who is working with a child who is on the spectrum. And this child has a really hard time, or did have a really hard time, connecting with friends. And so the activity that they engaged in was walking around the barn, and he was introducing this one to all of the friends in the barn and doing introductions and engaging in that. And actually they stopped at this board where he was drawing a picture of him and his horse, kind of just having that moment of connection. And as you can see, he's holding a lead rope, and that was his connection to the horse. He has a hard time making connections in other situations, but he was being connected with the horse in this way through the rope, and the horse was with him during the whole process. The top left corner is when we were doing anti-racism training out here pre-pandemic, my co-facilitator at the time, Paul too, who I'm sure many of you probably know, has a little anxiety about safety in horses. And so while we were in the arena, and you can't see the full size of the arena, there were probably about 15 people in the arena and horses moving, and he decided to stay safe for himself. He was going to remain on the observation deck and just observe. And this particular horse did not actually leave his side. The horse stayed with him and engaged him in some ways. Yes, Ebony, I know you know him. I'm sure you do. So the horse engaged him and kept him sort of connected in the session, and just stayed. So it was really a very powerful experience for him to have because of his anxiety that he has around the safety issue. The bottom left corner was, this horse is actually very unique. It took us a few sessions for us to realize that this horse responds to grief. And there would be times where the horse was not engaged in session or would just be there, but then there would be other times the horse would actually attach itself to a person. And we started to pick up on that pattern after a while, and it dawned on us that, okay, when someone has grief, this particular horse stays in session with that person. We didn't know it at the time when this child was coming in for group work and was part of a group. We don't always have the background information. And it was about 3 sessions in that we learned that his father had died from a drug overdose. So this horse remained throughout the sessions with this particular child and just worked through some of the holding safe space and all the activities that they were doing with the horses in the arena. You can go to the next one, Julie. I'm going to work left to right this time. So top left, again, there's a part of a group of our kids that came out. In this particular situation, we were asking them to observe the horses and tell us what they saw going on. When they do stuff like that, a lot of times things that come up are conversations around bullying in school, or, they're making friends or they're not making friends, or they're lonely or they're sad or they're happy. So all of the things that they see those horses doing in the moment comes and reflects out in the story that they're kind of sharing. And there's their processing and how they're sort of dealing with those emotions themselves. And I'm getting some energy back here as we're talking, so just kind of checking here. The bottom left actually is a horse that we lost. That's Peso, I will say, that we lost a few years back. And Peso we would take, and I think Sharon's on the call, we would take to Camp New Dawn for grief camp for a few years in a row. And Peso's job was to allow the kids to paint their grief, and he was going to carry it away. So for several years, myself and one of the ESs would take him down, and the kids loved the activity. It was one of the favorite highlights that they had in the very beginning of camp, to paint off and just whatever they wanted to do, whether it was the name of a person or what they're feeling or just a picture, they would paint on the horse, and then we would bring him home and let him carry away the grief. So in the middle, you actually have 3 horses at the top. And those 3 horses, actually, one of them being this one here again, is representing emotions. And we were running I think this was a kids group that we were running, where they identified emotions of what each horse represented. So there was anger, there was loneliness, and I think there was happiness maybe. And each horse acted out an emotion during that particular group, and the way they processed what that was, and how did they move the horses through their emotions. So sometimes an activity may be build some space and bring the emotion to the space. And how did that work? What was the process in getting them into the space? So that was that particular experience in that group. The bottom middle is, so one of the things we love is when providers want to come out and do a demo. We know that many times when you're referring clients and wanting to know what services are available or how they work, to better explain them is to participate in them. So in the bottom middle is two providers who were like referring kids and said, let's go check it out. And they did their own session with one another. And that's what that is. And the far right is actually one of our more recent sessions. We do have a veterans program here. Vets are allowed 10 free services under the Maryland VA because we're a service animal program. So they will come out, and usually it's an adjunct to traditional therapy. So they're seeing a therapist and they're coming out and doing the equine work with us. So it's kind of a back and forth process of experiential work versus traditional therapy. If you notice the cone in the picture, it has a B on it. We were doing the actual CBT triangle. So B representing behaviors. He was working through his thinking. He could stay in thinking. He couldn't stay in feeling, but he could act out things. And so that's him and the horse. You can't see it, but they're actually staying in thinking. The T cone was way over on that side of the arena. And he was processing why he couldn't move through some of his emotions. In our last session with him, he was actually able, the horse moved him into feeling. The horse stayed in the feeling cone and the affect cone. And he was able to actually address some deeper emotions that went on for him that he had not been able to get in contact with before. You can go on, Julie. So our horse is a part of our team. Like the horse is everything. Everything that they reflect, we're paying attention to. Pam's job is typically to kind of reflect to me what's been going on with the horse during the session as I'm just monitoring sort of the emotional well-being of my clients. So are they moving around the arena? Are they engaged? Are they touching things? What their body movements are. We keep things very neutral. We don't describe gender. We don't give names. We let the client decide all of that. And so she's feeding me that information, and then I'm kind of giving it out in a way for the client in their terminology around how they see or why they think that horse is acting in the way that they are. We take very serious care of our horses. We do know that the emotions that people carry can be very heavy. So there are times that we cannot use a horse from session to session. So we're fortunate to have about five of our own. Bridges has about 5 horses. Worthmore has a few others that we're able to access and can move through different sessions when we have back-to-back sessions. But we are always looking at making sure we don't overuse or distress our horses because they're a vital part of our program. Go ahead. So you guys can, and I'm getting down probably closer to like 5 minutes. So throw in the chat things that you might have seen or what you think maybe you might name this particular horse, any thoughts you have about the horse, any reflections you have or what you're seeing. Just go ahead and do that. And I'm gonna roll through a couple more slides and then I'll try to go back and read some of your comments, but I'd like to hear what you guys think about the horse as it's been involved in the session. Julie, can you roll, and I'm trying to face them too. Can you go to the next one, Julie? So how do I choose a program for my client? Again, certification is important. Like any other specialty, you want to know that the person has experience and that they have everything that they need in order to provide that service. Most programs do not accept insurance here on the shore, but we do have grants and things like that available. You have clients in foster care. Social services has been fantastic about covering the cost of services. Wraparound is fantastic about covering costs of services. We have the VA that offers grants that for, like I said, for veterans. We also have private donors. Right now, I have some funds set aside for any at-risk youth who would like to participate in services. So always call the program and say, hey, what's available? And there might be a way around that, but currently insurance is not accepted. If you're a provider, call us up. We love to do demos anytime. We like to share and sort of even be creative about how we could help your client in any way we can. You can go to the next one. So I did promise a list of programs on the shore and all this, what they do. And these are the ones that are kind of the main go-tos that I think everybody uses. Obviously, we're Bridges at Worthmore. We are certified in both PATH and AGALA. We are the only program certified in both. There is CART, which is a PATH program. Obviously, there's Lisa down in Idlewild, who is PATH certified and is the only other therapist certified on the shore besides myself and Lisa Cleaver, who's here at Bridges with us, that does any kind of equine assisted psychotherapy that I'm aware of. So if there's someone out there I'm not aware of, that's apologies. Talisman is adaptive riding and does PATH. There's MTR in Annapolis, and there's Positive Strides, which I believe used to be called Talbot Special Riders down in Preston, who've done a lot of work over the years. And I think that might be one of my last slides. Is it? Yes. Okay. And that's us here at Bridges. So let me see if I can go back and read some of your comments about the horse. Let's see. So some comments. Here are some great things. So someone named the horse Onyx. That's great. So very curious, very gentle. I got the word supportive. And so got a name Spartan. That's a good name. Horses are very beautiful. Let's see. Milo, Juneteenth. That's I like that one too. That's a great one. So I love all of that, and it's interesting because some of the stuff that you're reflecting back in terms of supportive and some of the calming things as we're talking about mindfulness, I wonder today if some of that just got reflected out in how you're seeing the horse interact with us and things like that. So anything you want to add to this at all? We will tell you guys about the horse. So.
Well, that's kind of, I wanted to reflect back on our experience with him from last week to this week, and just the change. So this horse.
Chocolate is another name.
Chocolate. Yeah, you could do that. This horse had an injury a while ago and has really been out of our work program since February.
Mm-hmm.
So last week, when we brought this horse in, this horse's attitude was very different than what we're seeing right now. But one of the things that I personally am noting, and if I could write it in the notes, I would, supportive. This horse has been very supportive today for us to prepare for.
I like that. Yes, I would agree. He was very supportive.
Yes. So last week was very nervous.
Yes.
This week is very supportive.
Yes. So our horse, this is actually Little Man, who has been around for a really long time and is, most of the kids in King County who have ridden probably know Little Man.
Little Man's been here since 2005.
2005. He is an Icelandic cross, I believe, and is about 20 years old, which is about middle age for a pony. So ponies live to about 40. So that's kind of the story about his background. And he is one that we get all kinds of descriptions about him. Sometimes he's a bully, sometimes he's a friend. In the moment, he's whoever he needs to be for that person. And he is one of our very gentle horse who has done a lot of great work, both with adaptive riding and with equine assisted psychotherapy. So he's used in a dual role a lot of times. So.
And we've missed him a whole lot. We're very glad that he's back. He's off the injured list now.
So that's about it for me. And thank you for being here at Bridges. And please, if anybody wants to call us and come check us out, we'd love to have you here. And thanks, Julie.
Hi, everybody. This is Kelly Moran. Barbie, that was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me? Yep. Okay, great. Terrific. Again, that was just a really eye-opening presentation. I had no idea of the magic and the healing power of a horse, and we thank you so much. It is my great pleasure to now introduce Kim Burton. Kim Burton is a mental health specialist for older adults. She received her bachelor's in human services from George Washington University and later completed the geriatric mental health specialist certificate program at the University of Washington in Seattle. In 2001, Kim joined the Mental Health Association of Maryland, where she served as the director of adult programs for 20 years. In that capacity, Kim provided hundreds of public and professional presentations and developed curriculum that was used statewide for workforce development and training in the areas of late life mental health, substance use disorders, suicide, cognitive impairment, person-centered care, caregiver support, and other important topics. Kim is also the author of Maryland's premier mental health and aging guidebook. The guidebook is titled Mental Health in Later Life, a guidebook for older Marylanders and the people who care for them. She also developed Maryland's first website dedicated to late life behavioral health education and resource information. And we'll be sure to put this website in the chat box for you. It is www.mdaging.org. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Kim Burton.
Now,
there she is.
One would think by now I would have figured that out.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me, and thank you for this great program thus far. I've been building on my mandala all day as I've been listening to people talk, and I'm really in a Zen zone that I don't usually find when I'm about to talk to a large group of people, most of folks who I don't know, but I'm really glad to be here. I'm going to talk about later life mental health and the kinds of changes that we may be going through as we get older, that all of us will go through to some degree, and the hope that we can hold and the mindfulness that will really, hopefully, keep us whole. So I'm going to start with not a downer, but really reality. We all experience distress. All of us do. Mental health is fluid. And sometimes when I talk to groups of people and they know I'm coming to talk about mental health, people will actually say to me, I don't have mental health. And we do, just as we have physical health, just as our heart is breathing and our body is moving, we have physical health. As our brain is working and our mind is active, we have mental health. And I think it is understandable, but kind of disappointing that we seek to find boxes or diagnoses for people who are experiencing signs of distress. For me, just so you know, I'm a person who's lived with major depression throughout my life. It started when I was 16. I didn't know that that's what was happening at all. I just knew that alcohol made me feel better. And it wasn't until I was 25 years old that I realized that I had been using alcohol to cope with distress throughout my life and had to give that up and learn how to cope with feelings of distress. So I'm a person who's gone all over the map with these different kinds of symptoms that are in no particular order. I want you to put in the chat box if you have experienced days in your life where you have many of these things happening. Let's just share. Sometimes we have days that are like this. Sometimes we have weeks that are like this. Some people experience months that are like this, or even years. And it doesn't make us depressed or anxious to have these feelings of distress. But what we do need to be mindful of is that if this kind of distress is impacting our day, if it is taking over our ability to do the things that we want to do, and if it's interfering with our ability to carry out responsibilities and be in relationships, then it's time to get some help for this. I'd also love it if anybody else wants to contribute other signs of distress, because certainly this isn't limited to these that I have up there. So given that we all go through these experiences, something that's important for us to learn is how we know when our stress levels are too high. What do we do? And each person might have something different. I know for me, I'm definitely a finger picker, nail biter, and I like to eat you know, so we all have different things that we do to cope with distress. It's really important for us to be in touch with what we do when we're feeling too much distress, because if we're not mindful of that, then we might find ourselves engaging in behaviors that aren't necessarily helpful or therapeutic to move us out of distress. I next want to touch on some of the root causes of distress. And of course, these are just some possible causes, but these are pretty common. And when we're feeling distress, it can be helpful for us to kind of reflect on when the distress started and what might be behind it. All behavior has meaning. Everything we do, we're doing because of something. And so if we are motivated into certain behaviors because of the distress that we are feeling, it's important for us to understand what's behind all of that. What's behind the behavior? How do we tap into those things that are causing the distress that we're feeling so that we can address that? And in my thinking about mental health and mindfulness, that's just so core to our ability to be able to help ourselves through difficult times and manage our emotions and our behaviors. So I was really loving Emily's talk about how this works with children. And we have so much to learn from kids. We need to be taking this into all of our stages of life. We have a lot of older people who, just by virtue of regular changes that we go through as we get older, are challenged with more causes of distress. I want to actually look at the next slide, which is a montage of pictures that I've put together that I think represent some important changes that we need to be aware of. These are changes that don't necessarily happen, but are more likely to occur in groups as we get older. And so I'm hopeful that people will put in the chat box some of the changes that you see here that also represent challenges. What kind of challenges do you see reflected in these pictures? Kind of challenges? Being broke, loss of independence, loss of mobility, financial. So yeah, for that picture up at the far left-hand corner, it's very common for us to be on a fixed income as we get older. All right, so fixed incomes can be challenging when suddenly cost of living goes up, or suddenly you're trying to make a decision about what you need to spend your money on, because as we all know, healthcare and medication can be expensive. We see grief below that in these in the picture of the two men who are embracing, and certainly we are far more likely to lose people that we love as we get older. That's the course of life. And so there will be friends and there will be family, and we don't necessarily lose people to death. We lose people to moving. A lot of people move in their later years, and that's represented by the photo that I have with the house and the key in the person's hand. Increasingly, I'm watching people make decisions about where they want to move as they get older, understanding that they might need different things, or that they might find that their house doesn't work for them anymore. And for all the right reasons, people make decisions all the time to move to new settings. And even though that's exciting for many people, for some it's not. It almost, I mean, it matters if it's a move you want versus a move you don't want. But either way, it's stressful. And that's, I think, what we need to keep in mind when we're talking about aging, is just that this is a very robust time for change. Many things are going on as we get older. And a lot of these things, oops, you could go back. are not necessarily things that we choose. And so that makes a difference. When we're younger, we are usually making choices for things that we are doing to take our lives in a direction that we want them to go. And sometimes as we get older, changes come along that maybe take away some of the options that we had or change our course of life. And again, it doesn't have to be a good or bad thing. But as Rip had said earlier, he said it, and other people echoed it in the chat today, that we need to prepare for adversity. We need to know that some of these things are likely to happen to us. We are likely to experience a health condition, a chronic health condition. We are likely to take medication, as I have in the picture in the upper right-hand corner. Well, why is that important? I hope that you listen carefully to all of the commercials on television about the medications that we can take to get rid of our problems, because a lot of these medications have side effects. And the older we get, the more likely we are to experience the side effects. So there are a lot of medications that people commonly take that have side effects that impact mental health, that actually can cause anxiety or cause depression, or even cause suicidal thoughts. So as we are looking at these different, I wanted to point out to the guy sitting on the park bench there. He may be having a great day, he may not, we don't know. But I wanted to use this to talk a little bit about loneliness and isolation. And I want to distinguish the two from each other. So isolation is really about, it's measurable, the quantity of people that you have around you, throughout your day or in your home. How many people are you around? The fewer people that you're around, the more isolated you are. But being isolated doesn't mean that you're lonely. This is something that I've definitely learned over COVID about myself, is that I'm fine being by myself. I'm fine being alone. Loneliness is more of a subjective feeling. Loneliness is discontent that people feel with the types or levels or number of relationships that they have in their life or from day to day. And I think we can acknowledge that our older adult demographic population is changing, and we have a lot of folks who have never married, more and more older adults who are single, and more older adults who chose not to have kids, and maybe don't have so many people around them as we used to have in the days when our neighborhoods were pretty solid and we didn't see a lot of change with the people and the presence in our neighborhoods. But even now, and I'm sure I don't live on the shore, but every time I go down, I do notice more and more building, and I notice how our landscapes change. So even that can be something that's challenging to watch. All right, so to the next slide. I'm imagining that many of you can remember back to Psychology 101 and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And this is a theory that has been embraced and long regarded as a theory of development that many of us go through. And it is a way to look at how do we maximize the potential of who we are. And this hierarchy tells us that in order for us to really achieve self-actualization and to be able to express and be all that we are, we have to have some basic needs met. So yeah, that arrow that's going up is showing you that this is a journey that many people make throughout life. In fact, as we are building ourselves as human beings, the first thing that we need to know is that we're safe, that we're loved, that we're going to have food to eat, that we've got a place to sleep, that we have peace in our environment. And as we learn these things, then we ourselves can build on relationships We feel a sense of belonging, which then contributes to self-esteem. And as we're feeling more confident about ourselves and we are able to pursue those things that we're interested in, right? We could find purpose and meaning and productivity. Aging is not a downhill experience. And we hear that a lot. In fact, if you walk through a party store and you go down the aisle, starting at about age 40, definitely by age 50, and definitely 60, 70, and 80, there's a lot of jokes about things being downhill. It's not. There's no reason that the number of birthday candles on our cake should kick us out of that place of self-actualization. And for all of our older adults, we should want them to stay at that place that they've achieved, where they want to be in life. But again, we all need to prepare for adversity. And so there are things, as we witnessed in the pictures in the slide before this, there are things that are going to poke holes into that steady climb up to self-actualization. It's not downhill. And I thought I had taken out that little arrow that points downhill, because what I really just wanted to show was how we can poke some holes in these areas. And when we do that, those are holes that we may need to plug back up so that we can find our place back in that self-actualization. I'm going to use my mother-in-law, who's a fantastic woman, as an example. And she's in her 80s. And she has experienced a lot of adversity in the past couple of years. You'll see her in the last slide. I have her picture on the cover of the Mental Health and Aging Guidebook, standing on top of her paddleboard. And that's what she loved to do. But she experienced all kinds of circumstances that kept her off her paddleboard for a couple of years. Last weekend, she got back on that paddleboard, and she was very excited to tell everybody she stayed on the paddleboard for 10 minutes and that this weekend she's shooting for 15 minutes. And that's what I'm talking about here. All of the different experiences that she had, our family tried to help her through over the past couple of years. Our experiences, we don't know what it's going to be, actually. None of us have that crystal ball. In fact, let's go to the next picture, which is that of a crystal ball. While we know that there will be adversity, we don't know necessarily what's going to be. And it's hard when we don't have a crystal ball, but a lot of us spend time what we call future tripping, thinking about the future. And while that's important to do, that staying in the future and always thinking about the next thing keeps people from being in the now, right? And so we find that people who are always thinking about the next thing can have more worry, can have more anxiety, can contribute to fear and concern. On the flip side of that, if you go to the next picture, many of us can spend time looking in that rear view mirror of our life and looking backwards. One of the things that I learned in my recovery is you can look back, but don't stare. Don't stare. So for some people, focusing on the past can bring up issues of regret or despair. Or wonderfully, we all have great experiences that we can look back on. So I would ask that people be selective about the things that they look back upon, because we do have some control over where we put our attention. Are we putting our attention to the future? Are we putting our attention to the past? And maybe if we can understand how we're feeling in a particular moment, we can answer that question for ourselves. Am I looking forward? Am I looking backwards? Or am I here right now? So the next slide, please. Okay, and one more click. Yes, so there's our mirror. There's our mirror. So when you find yourself future tripping, thinking about all that is to come, or you find yourself doing the reverse and thinking about the past, you're not in the now. And I want you to hold the image of a mirror as the now. When you look in the mirror, you're seeing exactly what is at that one particular time. And I challenge all of us to think about looking in the mirror and asking ourselves, so how is your now doing? How's your now? A lot of people don't feel that they have control over their now. And that's what mindfulness is about, because we do have more control usually than we think. So I want to talk now about the brain and the next picture, which is this most exquisite and delicate and complicated organ of our body that we all have, that we all should think about. How do we optimize the function of our brain? Because there are definitely things that we can do so that our brain is working as best it can. But we also need to remember that this organ of our body, like any organ of our body, can get sick, can sustain injury, may not be working well on one day and works better the next. We have 85 to 100 billion neurons in our brain. And neurons are the cells, our brain cells, that need to communicate with each other. And they communicate in this very complex web of synapses and axons and all of these kinds of words that we learned in science, but they're hard to retain. So let's just think about it as kind of an electrical wiring system. Those 85 to 100 billion neurons all working along this system. And if you think about 85 to 100 billion cars on all the roads in Maryland, you can imagine there's going to be some accidents, right? And so we need to acknowledge that in our own brains, understand that. The next slide tells us about the things that we absolutely need to have for optimal brain function. These are things that we have a lot of control over. Oxygen, number one. So even just that breathing that we've been encouraged to do today brings oxygen up to our brain. Our brain must have oxygen, and it must have blood flow too. So that's what exercise is about. That's what exercise gives us. The more we move, the more blood flows through our brain, the more oxygen gets carried to our cells so that they're healthier. And then speaking of healthy, nutrition, what we put in our bodies, how we feed our bodies is how we feed our brain. And we have learned so much about the toxins in many of the foods that we eat, and actually toxins in the air that we breathe. And our brain is a metabolic organ. And our toxins can literally get stuck in our brain and contribute to unhealthy function of our brain. As we get older, it's perfectly common for us to have change in all of our senses, actually. It can be vision, it can be hearing, but also taste and thirst. So it's common as we get older for us not to feel the level of thirst that younger people, especially children, feel. So we have to remind ourselves to hydrate. We also will choose things that are sweeter or saltier because our taste buds change. And so when we're reaching for something to eat, we want to reach for something that tastes good. And if we're not mindful about that, we might be always reaching for those sweets and donuts that may make our taste buds happy, but they don't make our brain cells happy. So paying attention to nutrition and hydration are things that we all can do and take control, because we do have control of a lot of these essentials. And then the other is a balance of stimulation and rest. We need to be stimulated. We need to be engaged. We need to be connected. And that's another thing that we're learning more and more about. And I loved hearing about the connection. We've heard it in a couple of the presentations today, that we all are connected. We also need rest, a break, time for our mind to wind down. So that's our brain, and our brain and our mind, you know, we use these words interchangeably. I like to think of kind of the brain as the hardware, the physical tissues that need to be healthy. And I think more of my mind, or more of the mind, as kind of the quality of what the brain produces. So if you could go to the next slide, I've jotted down some quality of life needs. These things, such as meaningful engagement, positive connection to others, resiliency and flexibility, mindfulness, stress control, freedom from threat and fear. And I would really love it if you folks would add into the chat other quality of life needs. Please add in quality of life needs. These are the things that nurture our mind. So it's not enough just to have brain health. We also need quality of life experiences. And so what am I seeing in there? Creativity, exactly. Love, fun, acceptance, nature. Yes, connection with nature, education, love, all of these things, purpose. These are things that we need in our life. And these are some things that can be put at risk by common changes. So again, to use my mother-in-law and her love for paddleboarding and being out on the Chesapeake Bay, and how that was compromised by circumstances that are more common as we grow older, having to do with pain and illness and instability. But keep working towards those things that bring you joy, that bring you purpose. And at the very least, we all have things for which we can be grateful. So I appreciate Jane putting gratitude into this list of quality of life needs, because when we do feel like there's not much we can do, I think we can all look around and find things that we can be grateful for in our environments, within ourselves, and also among our loved ones. But when people are struggling, and maybe losing hope, or maybe feeling discouraged by experiences that they're not choosing and that they don't want, and having kind of those stressful days, I want to talk about dimensions of recovery, because these are the kinds of things that help us to build back. And so I know for me, in my own process of recovery from mental illness and from addiction, these are certain places that we need to put our focus to try and make sure that we are best supported. And Mr. Carter, he ticked off every one of these dimensions of recovery: health, home, purpose, community, and hope. And some of these dimensions of recovery are exactly those things that are put at risk by some of the changes we might experience in aging. So for example, if you're a 30-year-old and you fall down and you break your hip and you go into the hospital, you pretty much know you're going to go into rehab. You're going to gain your strength back. You might even be running a marathon the next year. But as we get older, we don't have that same kind of bounce back and reserve physically. We simply just don't. So when somebody at the age of 80 falls down, there's less of an assumption that that person is going to be running a marathon next year. And there's more fear, because suddenly that person might be wondering, wow, am I going to be able to stay in my home? Am I going to be able to do the things that I want to do? Am I going to lose my community because I have to move somewhere else? So I'm just trying to highlight to you the fact that we've got a lot of work to do for ourselves and our loved ones and our older adults in the community to try and sustain these different areas, these dimensions of recovery. And one of the things that we absolutely can keep providing, we may not be able to turn around somebody's health or replace the things that they love to do, but we all can help with hope. We all can help with hope. All right, I'm going to go backwards a little bit in the next, yeah, there we go, next slide. And I want to take us back to the mirror. And I want those of us to be thinking about looking in a mirror. And one of the common things I hear from people as we get older is how we don't like what we see in the mirror. Oops. I know I was told not to have my phone on, but there it was. But look in the mirror and accept what is. The lines, the wrinkles, the gray hair, all of that is something that we earn going through life, something that should be celebrated. Unfortunately, we have a culture that tells us that maybe we need to change what's in the mirror. But I say no. I say embrace what's in the mirror. And looking in the mirror and being in the now is what brings us to this place of mindfulness. So let's just quick review the health benefits of mindfulness, which is the next slide. Here's some of the health benefits of mindfulness that we know. It decreases blood pressure, helps us with sleep, improves our immune system, reduces inflammation and helps us to manage pain. It improves our cognition, which includes our attention and focus, processing and memory. All things that I think we can agree, we want this when we get older and we need our health. Improved digestion. We heard other health benefits today of self-regulation and even self-compassion. So the practice of mindfulness is something that we should build into our day as part of our health. And here are some strategies. Can you go to the next slide? Actually, before I talk about these strategies, I want to hit on something that was said earlier, I think by Emily, that mindfulness does not mean that you empty your brain of all thoughts. It does not mean that you're suddenly calm. It does not mean that you're suddenly compliant. Mindfulness is just getting quiet and bringing yourself into the now. And we're humans, so our brain's always going to be working and those thoughts are going to come. And one of the tools that I use in mindfulness is when I'm trying to relax and just kind of, not listen to the cicadas, I'm tired of that, but listening to the things in my environment, and I'll be trying to meditate or be mindful, and suddenly what pops up is this thought that I need to go remember to get milk the next time I'm at the grocery store, or remember to call this person, and these are all thoughts that are going to come as we are experiencing mindfulness. And one of the tools that I use to release that is to think of those thoughts as a balloon. And a balloon you can just release, you could pop if you really want to, but I think more of like releasing that balloon. Oh, here comes this thought, and letting myself release that. But we have been talking a lot about the importance of sensory and engagement, sensory involvement when we are practicing mindfulness. So that's something I want to emphasize here, that one of the things that we can do to begin a mindfulness practice is to intentionally scan your body, tighten your muscles, and then relax them. And you might have to do that a couple of times before you find your muscle totally relaxed. But then when you start to get in that place where you have felt relaxation in your body, you can open your mind to other things that are in the environment and use your senses, because those are the things that tell us in the moment, right now, what is happening. Feeling and following our breath. We've heard about that and the importance of doing that. And then understanding that other thoughts are going to come in and we let them go and we come back to the where we are right now. Next slide, please. So I love this image here. We absolutely have a choice and a duty to nourish our brains. And for each one of us, that means something maybe a little bit different. So I would love it if folks would put in to the chat what you do to nurture your brain and to nurture your mind. What do you have in that watering can? What do you have? What do you do to nurture? I'm hearing art, listening to music, dancing, walking, jazz, walking, praying, reading books, kittens, yes, breathing, reading, gardening. So I'm so glad to see all these things flashing up, because we need to know what it is that we have to have in our watering can. And you all are coming up with these great examples of things that we need to build into our day. I almost feel like a gift of COVID has been able, at least for me, to take me out of the office, bring me home, and say, what is it that I really want to do sometimes throughout the day? And we need to build these things in. So I'm going to read you an excerpt of a little ditty that I wrote, a little poem about mindfulness. And I would like for you, instead of reading ahead, to just listen to it as I read it to you. We grow gloom and despair and feel alone when we nurture the seeds of stress that are sown. Nature provides us a mental vaccine to use when we need a change in our scene. As humans, we can use our brain as a tool to change how we feel. Now, isn't that cool? Think of your mind as your personal wheel to turn how you think and then change how you feel. Next slide. Choose the setting of hope on your internal dial by focusing on what brings you a smile. Start small, maybe gaze at a bird in a tree or a picture you have of a moment of glee. Turn on dancing music, or better yet, sing, and notice the feelings of joy that it brings. Feel the sun on your face, eat berries galore, smell flowers of summer, and feel your heart soar. There's magic within those sensory triggers, bringing peace to your soul, which can get even bigger. It's not hocus pocus. Your brain is your gift for using your senses to give you a lift. Mindfulness can bring freedom from woe and the blues, a transformative gift, but one we must choose. So that's part of a poem. I kind of felt silly today when I was realizing that I was going to read it. It feels vulnerable for me to say that I wrote that, but I want to tell you that when I did that back in December, man, it felt so good. And I would encourage everybody here to reflect on what makes you joyful, what makes you happy, what brings you peace. Write that down, make your own little ditty. And if words aren't the tools that you like to use, then go back to any other kind of art, to music, to making your mandala. We can engage in a creative process that connects us to our heart, that connects us to hope, that brings us the opportunity for mindfulness, and that will bring healing. I promise you, it brings healing. So next slide and final slide for me, I just want you to know that the Mental Health Association of Maryland has a website around mental health and aging, and there's the URL, www.mdha.org. aging.org. And when you go there, you will see that picture of a woman paddling along. We've rebranded our website as Older Adults Vibrant Minds. And there's all the reason in the world to visit this website that can give access to all kinds of information and education that we all need about our brain and our brain's health as we get older. So there's my mother-in-law on her paddleboard. I wish I would have had the picture on the cover that is her dog on the back of the paddleboard, because that's usually how it is. I'm looking forward to seeing her get 15 minutes on that paddleboard this weekend. And I'm looking forward to all of us remembering that we can achieve that which we want despite the changes and challenges, and that we need to keep hope. So thank you. Thank you.
Kim, thank you so much. And that poem was absolutely beautiful. Thank you for your vulnerability. That was amazing. So I am honored to introduce our next speaker, Bonnie Brown Scott, who is an Eastern Shore native and a resident of Easton, and who has had many interesting careers. Formerly a flight attendant with a major international airline, she is now ordained through American Marriage Ministries, an organization that advocates for marriage equality, and currently performs weddings and funerals across the Delmarva area. After personal grief became a constant in her life, she sought help but found little. So she became a certified grief recovery specialist through the Grief Recovery Institute in 2005 and has been able to help so many people learn to live mindfully with the changes in their lives. And with that, I give you Mrs. Bonnie Brown Scott.
Hey, everybody. Thanks, Ashley. Love you.
Love you.
And you guys, thanks for asking me to come here today. There's been so many interesting speakers. I've like thought of all these things I wanted to say. But first I do just want to say, like, Rip, you're amazing. And to be that eloquent and thoughtful and mindful at the age of 16, like, I think I was climbing trees or something. I don't know what I was doing, but it wasn't what that guy's doing, let me tell you. So I'm here to talk about the thing that we talk about the least in this country, and it's grief. So you might say, what are you talking about, Bonnie? We always talk about, tragedies. Oh yeah, we do. We say, like, hey, did you hear about that fatal car accident up on Route 50? Or did you hear about that, old Mr. What's his name's kid fell down the well? Like, we love that dark morbidity, but there's a real good chance that if you walked up to somebody and said, how are you doing? Like me, for instance, walk up to me and say, how are you doing? I'm going to say, good, because I know that's what you want to hear. And I know that when I say, I'm good, you're going to say, shoo, I dodged that bullet. Most people aren't ready to hear the truth. They don't want to talk about it. So how would you feel if you walked up to me and said, how are you doing? And I said, well, I can't eat, I can't sleep, can't stand my husband, and I think about dying every day. And you? Most people would be like, oh, do not ask her how she's doing, because we don't want to hear about grief. However, the topic is as old as time. If the stories of the Bible resonate with you, Eve was the original grieving mother. So when people tell you that that outliving your children is an anomaly, I disagree. I think we can look back through time and see that lots of people outlive their children. Matter of fact, Abraham Lincoln outlived all but one. All of his children died. And so it's not an anomaly. So society's telling us that it is. And I wrote this great speech, and I'm just gonna probably throw it out the window, but that's okay. So I do talk about the loss of a child a lot, and anything else I say beyond that, I just want to let you know there might trigger warnings coming up, because I can't really tell my story without telling the truth. and tell them what happened to me. So I'll give you the background real quick. February 4th of 2012, my sister's only child was in a head-on collision with a tractor trailer on 301 at the age of 26. It took 10 days for the dental records to identify her. And I was in the room when they handed my sister what was left of Brittany's belongings. Most of them were charred beyond recognition. And the loss and the subsequent chaos of that took my family to their knees. 3 months later, I get the call that my only child was dead of a heroin overdose at the age of 29. My family found a way to deteriorate even more after that. And 2 Thanksgivings ago, my youngest sister passed away at the age of 49 and basically finished us off. How many of you have experienced the loss of a loved one in the last 5 years? Probably a few, maybe. And how many of you figured out in about 15 minutes that you were ill prepared to handle this? We're left with conflicting emotions. My first reaction to my son's death was no. And then my next reaction was, he's out of pain. His struggle is over. Felt the same way about my sister. The loss of my sister was heartbreaking. But at the same time, I know that she had lived with mental and physical pain her whole life. And I knew it was a relief. So I'm left with conflicting emotions. And what do you do with those, right? So what's going on is like Fight Club in my head. And we all know the first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club. So I'm left with these conflicting emotions. And how do you tell somebody that you're relieved that your son's struggle is over? You know, I'm never made Mother of the Year and probably not gonna now. So especially when you say crap like that and freak people out. So there I was with all these emotions. And you know, if I'd broken my leg, y'all would have called an ambulance. If I'd had a heart attack, somebody would have dropped down and gave me CPR. But how do we help somebody with a broken heart? So when the kids died, that's what we call it. When the kids died, my husband like begged me to get help. And I was really grateful to find the grief group over at Talbot Hospice. They provide that service for free to our community. And I believe all the hospices in this area do. Queen Anne's grief section is amazing. So if you need grief counseling, check those people out. And I spent 7 weeks in that group and I was angry and I was lost. And I felt like I was not understood. I was in this group with all these people that had lost their spouses that were like 1 million years old. And I'm like, great, he had a long, fruitful life. Good for him. And, you know, I'm sorry you have to learn how to write a check. And I was angry. And what I did walk away from there with was that my grief was no different than anybody else's. That their grief was valid. My grief was valid. We all had... we were in pain and we were seeking help and we were doing it in the same place. I ultimately went on to seek other help. I went to the Grief Recovery Institute and I got help for myself and I actually became certified as a certified grief recovery specialist. And that's what has allowed me to help a lot of other people. And so those experiences combined, I walked away with a bunch of different information. And first of all, is there like somebody that's going to give me like a 5 minutes, like heads up? Because I just don't know when to quit. So yeah, I did learn that grief is grief and nobody's is bigger than anybody else's. Like if you lost your pet rabbit, like that's real. That's real. You're entitled to your pain. You're entitled to seek help. And I believe that some of us think that we're being silly, you know, like, oh, you know, that's, my cat died and I probably don't deserve to be grieving. And I've had people say to me, you know, I lost my dad this month, but my God, it's nothing like what you're going through. And I don't agree. John James from the Grief Recovery Institute, he died recently, God rest his soul, but he said, grief is like reaching out for someone who has always been there, only to find that when you need them one more time, they're no longer there. And in a complicated relationship that looks like this, maybe a parent that you're estranged from, it changes to grief is like reaching for someone who has never been there, only to find that they never will be. So grief is wanting something more. It's wanting something better and something different. Grief is mourning hope. You know, as long as my son was alive, I held out hope that he was going to get help and stay help. I did learn that there were over 40 potential loss experiences that can leave someone grieving. Obviously, the loss of a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend, a lover. We all know about those. But what about like when you move? Well, that seems exciting, like new city, new opportunities. But how many of us moved before the age of 15? Anybody? Our parents probably told us that, don't worry, we're going to bring you back and let you see your friends. Spoiler alert. No, they're not. No, they're not. And you when you're a child, all you see is everything that you know disappearing, all the patterns, the Brownie troop, the Boy Scouts, your friends, your you know, the place where you know you can go. Okay, in my neighborhood where we could go and hide and smoke cigarettes. That was, you know, my neighborhood, but whatever. And so we would like to think that moving would not have lifelong cumulative negative effect on my life. But of people that moved before the age of 15, how many of them went through a period of time in their life where they could pack in like 15 minutes, throw everything they owned in the back of their car and be out of here and set up in a new spot just like that? I know I can still, like I can still pull that up. But I could do it really easily when I was young. Like everything would fit in the backseat of my car and I could set up a house in a brand new place. So for those people that this still applies to, I encourage you to buy like, you know, a picture for a wall or a bush for your yard that can anchor you to a spot for a while until you can figure it out. So, so there's the loss of a career. So many of us, let me speak for myself. The first thing I would tell you about me was that I was a flight attendant. Like if you said to me, hey, so like, tell me about yourself, that would have been the first thing I would have said. When I left that career, it was still so much of a part of my personality. It took me like a year to stop wearing lipstick to the grocery store because I thought that if I leave the house, I better have my lips on because that's what I was told. And it was who I was. And when I no longer had that, who was I? So then there's the loss of innocence. Usually we don't lose it. It's usually taken from us, but that's something else. Going away to college. While that may seem really exciting, it's you're walking away from people that went to a different college, or you're walking away from people that are not going to college, and you're starting a new and different life. Giving up vices is actually a grieving thing. I know personally when I gave up alcohol and other drugs, I missed them. They were my friend. I could always turn to that bottle for help. And even though the help wasn't what I had hoped, it at least would numb me long enough until I could get another one. But and I was living in a misconception of what it was going to do for me. And so when it was gone, when I eliminated it from my life, I went through a period of grieving with that. So we know about you know, when someone dies, but what about like the death of a relationship? Somebody said divorce. I saw that. I don't multitask very well. So the loss of a relationship is tough, especially like that first love. Man, look, mine was Aldo Anderson. He rode a motorcycle. He was, you know, dark hair and green eyes. My God, that man was gorgeous. And when he didn't want to date me anymore, I was devastated. Like I pined for that guy. It was terrible. And I didn't understand at the time that was grief. I had been raised in a family where we gave either misinformation or no information. And I had absolutely no skills on how to cope with any type of loss. I can remember the very first loss that I experienced was I was 9 years old and a family friend shot herself. And they sent us out of the room. They told us to leave. Now, we had a vent in our bedroom where we could eavesdrop. It was supposed to be for heat, but really it was for eavesdropping. And my sister and I were over the vent trying to figure out what was going on downstairs. And I remember being like, and she, oh yeah, okay. And then I heard the word suicide and I said, what is that? What is suicide? So 9-year-old Bonnie was left with having to figure out what that was and how to process that and how to go move forward and how to heal. Healing wasn't even in my language. So I tried to figure it out to the best of my ability, and I moved on with my life, and I continued to pile things on top of that and deal with it with that misinformation or none. You know, and I don't blame my mother for that. That's all she had. That's what she was told. She didn't have any other information than what I had. So what are we telling people? We're telling people, don't feel bad. It's okay. They're with God, or they're better off, or they're in a better place. Don't feel bad. Don't cry. Why not? I feel bad. I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to feel bad, and I'm going to cry. And it's okay. I get to do that. You get to do that. We get to do that. Replace it. Just replace it. Your dog dies, get another one. Cat dies, get another one. Boyfriend leaves you, get another one. They're easy. Sorry, guys. But whatever you do, like, don't tell the truth. Don't feel it. Don't commit to walking through it. So we're getting all this bad information. And one of the things that we hear, first of all, don't let the kids see you. My God, you've got to stay strong for the children. Well, how do the children learn to grieve if they don't see us do it? We already know that they emulate us. We already know that we model for them. And if I run into the bathroom, shut the door, and turn the shower on every time I'm struck by an emotion, then I'm sending that same message to these children that depend on me, that that's how we grieve, or that's how we don't grieve, you know. I had a really good one here. Hang on. Oh, just give it time. Just give it time. Time heals all wounds. Okay, so do me a favor. The next time you get a flat tire, sit down next to your car and wait for time to heal that tire. The only thing that's going to heal that tire is action. You're either going to need to stand up and change the daggone thing yourself, or call AAA, or you can call my husband. He'll come fix the tire for you. But either way, sitting there waiting for it to fix itself is not going to work. And, you know, somebody said to me one time, children are resilient, they bounce. And I'm like, well, let's hope we know where they're bouncing. Because I know I bounced my butt into a crack house, and then I bounced my butt into a 12-step program, thank God. So I bounced into a bunch of liquor stores too. Maybe I didn't have to waste all that time. Maybe I can help the children in my life today learn how to grieve, and I can help the people around me learn how to grieve. So we know it doesn't just take time. I'd still like to see Aldo Anderson, truth be told. I wonder what he looks like, but he doesn't have any hair. So anyway, so, and then, you know, we need to just forget it. Really? How am I going to forget? Like, I birthed this child. What do you want me to do? Forget it? You want me to forget about it? Walk away from it? You know? So, okay. So what we have now is we know that we've received misinformation for most of our lives from our parents who had received misinformation for their lives. We know that we have 141 comments have been collected over the years of things that have been unhelpful to grievers. So to me, this is one of the places where mindfulness comes in. I need to be mindful what I am saying to grievers, because I need to think about what was said to me that was completely unhelpful. And I'm going to tell you one of them right now. I don't have a filter, by the way, just to let you know. And so when people say things to me, I usually let them know whether it's right or wrong to say. I've been working on a filter, but no, okay, that was a lie. No, I'm not. So, oh my God, if it had happened to me, they would have had to dig 2 graves. I would have just curled right up in the grave next to him. So I heard that about a dozen times. And I finally said to a woman, well, you must have loved your children more than me, because I didn't die with my child. I chose not to curl up in a ball and die right next to him. And she said, that's not what I'm saying at all. And I said, but that's what I hear. So please stop saying that. And oddly enough, people stopped saying it to me. So I don't know if she put a memo out or what, but I think I just threw it out to the universe that I wasn't going to hear that anymore. I don't want to hear that anymore. Please don't tell me he's in a better place, because my better place is standing right next to me. I want him standing next to me. I don't want to hear about a better place. I don't want to hear that God needed another angel. Maybe he could take yours. I don't know. Like, I don't want to share my child. So they figured out that there's only 19 helpful comments. I'm not even sure what all 19 of them are, but I can tell you what I say, and it's, I'm sorry. I'm really good at writing thank you notes and gardening. Would you like me to come weed your garden while you're going through this? That's all I got. Like, or I can write those thank you notes for the flowers that you received. Can I help you with that? Because I found that if you need anything, let me know. It was really unhelpful because I didn't know what I needed. But when my sister was standing in my house and I was standing there looking completely lost, she said, what's the matter? And I said, I cannot figure out how to turn on the vacuum cleaner. And she took it out of my hands and she said, I'll do it. I didn't know what I needed. I didn't know that I needed someone to show me how to turn on the vacuum cleaner. I didn't know that I needed someone to remind me to breathe. But turns out I did. I didn't know that I needed somebody to remind me to eat. And I did. And that's another place where mindfulness comes in. Turns out losing a child cuts 10 years off your life. When I heard that, I was like, excuse me, I have a question. 10 years, what, why? You know, I'm over here eating vegetables and exercising and like, you know, meditating and excuse me, what? And they said, well, grieving actually makes people smoke themselves to death, drink themselves to death, drug themselves to death, promiscuity themselves to death. If I bought one more expensive item on the internet, it was probably, I was going to get like homicide from the husband. But when I told him we owned an $800 blender, he wasn't happy about it. But what a blender though. That blender is badass. And he's like, excuse me, what? How much did that blender cost? It'll boil water though. So exactly, right? Amazon. So luckily I didn't have to drink myself, smoke myself, or promiscuity myself through that, but I did shop. So mindfulness, when I had those urges, because the thought of like taking a cigarette break and getting out of this, right? For that, whatever that 5 minutes was that I was going to get, it was appealing to me. The thought that a drink might numb me for 30 minutes was appealing to me. But through mindfulness, I was able to sit, thank you, Julie, I was able to sit through those urges to do things that would potentially be harmful to me. My son was not the only person in my life. I'm married. I have 3 grandchildren. I homeschooled the 5-year-old this year. See that gray hair right there? That was his. But I know y'all was homeschooling yours, so I'm not gonna, go on about it. But And this year has been one of loss. It's been one of grieving. COVID took a lot this year. My grandchildren's grades suffered. Their social life suffered greatly. Their mental health suffered. My mental health suffered. I lost my home group. I lost my best friend. I lost a lot of things this year. I got very sick. I got COVID. I got very sick. 15 of us got COVID, and we lost a couple months of time, income, a lot of different things. But luckily, I had this background that I was able to focus on the good and be mindful of what I need to do for me next. I don't always do it. Sometimes I get caught in a trap, in a downward spiral. And I usually have to hit my knees for somebody and ask for help for somebody to pull me out. But I'm still standing, and I'm grateful to have been asked here today. The Grief Recovery Institute saved my life again. My life has been saved so many times, and it's probably because of all of you that are willing to help. So thank you to all the helpers, and thank you for letting me participate as one. Thanks, I'm done.
Wow. Bonnie, thank you so much for presenting your authentic self to us. You didn't have to do that. That was a choice. So thank you. Before I present the next presenter to share, looks like we're having questions. So feel free to proceed with those.
Hi, everyone. So I was monitoring the questions in the chat box, and we've got 3. The first one is for Emily, and it is, what advice and/or suggestions could you give to teachers who want to implement mindfulness strategies in their classrooms, but may be met with resistance or opposition from administrators, supervisors, and parents? And I will also put it in the chat.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me okay? Thumbs up.
Yep,
I apologize.
you're good.
Okay, good. I apologize for not having my camera on. I'm traveling, so I'm logging back on from the car. That's a fantastic question. And the thing that I would suggest when you want to broach that conversation with your administrators and supervisors is that data speaks to people. So, if you can come in and start a conversation and say, hey, listen, I have a tool that may potentially impact the number of discipline referrals in our school community, or that may improve academic outcomes. Start from a place start using the language that educators use and do some of that research. I'm happy to help provide you with links to articles and sources that can show the science behind these promising outcomes. I think you have a much better in when you can focus on the science and when you can focus on the data. Sometimes that's a better way to open the door. So do your homework is the short answer. Come in with some numbers and some facts. I think that's a really good place to start.
Great, thank you, Emily. Okay, and our next question is for Barbie, and it is, will you provide information on equine riding for children with cerebral palsy?
So someone with cerebral palsy, any of your programs that are PASS certified with the adaptive riding would be a great selection. So I would just look for a PATH program, and they were listed in some of the slides, and they'll be able to help you out.
Great, thank you. And last one is also for you. And it is, any information on equine therapy with veterans on the shore?
Yes, us. We do have a veterans program. Vets get to actually have 10 services at no cost to them. The program is available here. Now, my understanding is also Talisman did have a Horses for Heroes program. I don't know if that's still going on, but they might also be an option if you want to do adaptive riding. If you come to Bridges, they have a choice between adaptive riding or equine assisted psychotherapy, whichever they feel is most beneficial for them.
That's great. Thank you so much. And it seems like we have another question in the chat for Mr. Rip Cornish. And what is your future plan for moving forward? Are you going to continue with being a motivational speaker?
My future plans for moving forward is of course go to college. I want to attend Howard University to get the HBCU experience. But my overall plan is, yes, still in the future to be an international motivational speaker and to travel the world helping people while also preaching and things, because that's what I love to do, like talking about God and stuff. So yeah, that's my future and that's what I plan to do.
That's amazing. And I know we're all supporting you. Okay, the next question is for any of the speakers. And what is the best way to help someone who is resistant or disbelieving in mindfulness and meditation?
I can answer this one. This is Emily. I have definitely met the resistance with school leaders before. And I think the best advice I can offer is to encourage them to try it. Because one of the cool things about mindfulness practice is that you don't have to do it for a really long time to feel its benefits. And sometimes I've actually sat in meetings where we've done that in a, kind of come into it from a humorous way. We've made it light, we've made it funny. I'll tease people to say, well, I bet you can't do this for 5 minutes, and kind of challenge them a little bit. But I invite people to try it and say, you know what, just take 10 minutes and focus on your breath and tell me what that's like for you at the end. Because really, seeing is believing. And when you experience it, I think it changes your perspective quite a bit. So that's just one piece of advice I would offer. I don't know if others have things to chip in too.
That's great. Thank you, Emily. Do any of our other speakers want to speak to that point?
Can you say the question again?
Sure. The question is, what is the best way to help someone who is resistant or disbelieving in mindfulness and meditation?
I would say when it comes to mindfulness or meditation, it's all about how you see it. So in mindfulness, they may think it's just sitting there and just thinking about nothing, or just like doing yoga, or just not thinking about anything. But if you think about mindfulness, like we could try to show it to them in different perspectives. So like in a certain situation, like evaluating it and then learning, oh, how can I grow from this situation? How can I get better from this situation? Because that's a form of mindfulness. And or just by like creating a positive impact on this world, that's also mindfulness. So I would say that's the way, by just showing them different aspects of how it goes, and how to basically be better, get better, and also do better.
I'm thinking, this is Kim, and one of the ways that I have success with people and understanding some of these kinds of concepts is to use science. And one of the difficult things with mental health is that you can't see it, right? But we have the technology these days to show us what's happening inside the brain. And so when people are doubting anything around behavioral health, actually, I think it's helpful to direct them to the science and have them actually see the pictures of what happens, for example, to a brain that is experiencing mindfulness versus the brain who's got all of its thoughts going. Showing people pictures sometimes works.
That's great. Thank you, Kim. We have another question, and this is specifically for Bonnie. Do you have individual or group practice?
Hey,
Bonnie, you muted yourself.
hey. Doesn't it look funny when somebody's mute? Anyway, yeah, I do individuals right now, and I will do groups if I have quite a few people call at around the same time. Then I'll put a group together. But lately, I've been doing individuals. Specifically, we were COVID safety practices, so obviously I haven't done a group in a long time, in a year and a half or whatever. Just individuals from across the room. That's it.
Thank you, Bonnie. And another question is for you. If we have a referral for adult services, should we use the email address provided?
I think that was meant for someone else. I think that was meant for Kim.
Oh, it should. Yep, it should have been read to Kim. So Kim, that question is for you.
Kim, me?
Yes, the question is, if we have a referral for adult services, should we use the email address provided?
I'm not sure what the referral would be. The Mental Health Association doesn't provide mental health services. We do education and advocacy, but I would encourage them to call the local Maryland access point and ask that question, because they are able to make referrals best within any locale. So that's usually your local area agency on aging.
Great, thank you so much. And it looks like that's it for questions.
Well,
Thanks so much, Jasmine, for leading those questions. And I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. We are down to our last presenter for the day. I know we've been having a good time being able to gain and maybe even give so much in this experience. But yes, we're down to our last presenter. And I will not delay Tom beginning. So I just want to simply share a little bit about Tom. Tom Gerni. He's been a board certified music therapist since 2007 after completing required education and training at Radford University and an internship through Texas Department of Health. He currently provides contract services in behavioral health to Sun Behavioral Health in Georgetown, Delaware, as well as serving part-time to adolescents in a group home setting for Children and Families First of Delaware. And with Cambridge being what he likes to call the adapted hometown, before him coming to the Eastern Shore, he provided community mental health intensive in-home and crisis stabilization, outpatient family group and services to children and adolescents, and mental health support services to adults through community services boards in Central and Southwest Virginia. Most recently, what he's been up to, the latest and greatest, this spring of 2021, Tom completed an NIH-funded research study in collaboration with the School of Pharmacology at the University of Maryland to provide virtual music therapy services to adults in rural nursing and rehabilitation centers who have been isolated as a result of COVID, relating restrictions and demonstrated symptoms of anxiety and depression. Stay tuned as the final results of this study are currently pending. But nonetheless, having said all that, Tom approaches the delivery of quality music therapy services, recognizing that music is medicine and deserves to be delivered with compassion as well as informed practice. So without further ado, Tom, please take it away. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you, Katrina, and everyone. This was awesome. Just because I come after the question and answer period, I do want to allow for some questions, and I want you to be able to do that during the course of the presentation. I want to be able to do two things today, and well, actually, the objectives, in fact, are fairly simple. I'm going to get here simply to identify some research-based and evidence-based practice resources available to consumers and ourselves, we've got any number of those today, and to identify what music therapy is and what it's not. Third objective, to identify 3 areas in which music therapy operates to help to stabilize, recover, and regenerate through change. And I'm a person, you know, kind of like some of the other speakers. I like operating in 3s. So there's 3 objectives, but there's 3 subsets, and I'm going to try and move through them, but I'm going to interrupt in that process to do some musical examples. I'm going to start with one that I was really with Bonnie's and with Kim's presentation. It prompted me to include it. But we want to be able to identify what music therapy is and what's not. And then the 3 areas we're going to just briefly touch on: experience within a structure, why we use music therapy, because we want to bring experience within a structure. And then we want to bring experience through self-organization. And then, and thirdly, we want to bring experience in relating to others. And those are the 3 areas. Let me get back up here to where I need to be. And we'll try and bring this into focus. So I'm going to bring a real eclectic approach to all of the things and try and tie some things together. The fact that they put me at the end kind of says, okay, we want you to wrap up and give us some entertainment. Well, that's not music therapy. Yes, I do perform and I entertain, but that is not what music therapy is. So I am gonna start with a song that is prompted by our discussion of folks in the older age range, just say. And I'm going to use this old banjo here. It's an open back banjo. It's a folk banjo, and I've toned it down with some nylon strings. But the song comes out of my experience in growing up and growing older, and even in the final stages of life, as we consider music across the lifespan, music therapy across the lifespan, because music therapists work from prenatal into end of life care and even afterward with families. One of the other things that I did before COVID hit was I had a contract with Talbot Hospice, and went through all of the training and onboarding, and then COVID hit and we stopped that. So I'm going to send this out to all my friends who are getting older out there, right? Old age is golden, so I've heard said, but sometimes I wonder as I crawl into bed, with my ears in a drawer, my teeth in a cup, my eyes on the table until I wake up. As sleep dims my vision, I say to myself, is there anything else I should lay on the shelf? Though nations are warring and business is vexed, I think I'll stick around and see what happens next. How do I know my youth is all spent? My get up and go has got up and went. But in spite of it all, I'm able to grin and think of the places my get up has been. That'll be on the test. Not really. When I was young, my slippers were red. I could kick up my heels right over my head. When I was older, my slippers were blue, but still I could dance the whole night through. Now I am older, my slippers, they're black. I huff to the store and I puff my way back, but never you laugh, I don't mind at all. I'd rather be huffing than not huff at all. How do I know my youth is all spent? My get up and go has got up and went, but in spite of it all, I'm able to grin and think of the places my get up has been. So you've heard 2 choruses. You got that? Imagine me singing this to a group of people living in an assisted care facility. My mother was there, and they invited me to come and play, and then they hired me. 2 years later, I came back and saw them, and I hadn't seen them in quite a while, and they said, Mr. Tom, sing our song. And I said, what song? I'd forgotten all about it. I didn't know we had a song. You know, about your get up and go. They had remembered it all those 2 years. I get up each morning and dust off my wits, pick up the paper and read the obits. If I'm not there, I know I'm not dead. So I'll eat a good breakfast and go back to bed. How do I know my youth is all spent? My get up and go has got up and went. I don't hear you singing. In spite of it all, I'm able to grin and think of the places my get up has been. Sing it with me. How do I know my youth is all spent? My get up and go has got up and went. In spite of it all, I'm able to grin and think of the places my get up has been. All right, enough of that. Thank you. The upshot of that was it was a lot of fun because we would go around the room and say, oh, you want to tell me a little bit about where your get up has been? You know, keep it clean. And it was a lot of fun. It's going to be in your head all day. Yeah. There'll be some others that I'll do before we finish that will kind of be on the test too. So you remember that one. A little earworm really helps. So what is music therapy? It's not, as I said, just music entertainment. It's not therapeutic music per se. So we have music practitioners. We have people who are volunteers who come in and sing in a nursing home or sing for hospice. That's not music therapy, and so we want to be able to identify it. Do other therapists and mental health professionals use music? Absolutely, and that's good. They should. That's good. They should. But it's again, that's not music therapy. I'd like to do a shout out to Addie Eckert, who supported the music therapy licensure bill that passed the Maryland legislature and was signed into law. And so we'll be seeing music therapists as licensed in Maryland. So thank you, Addie, for that. And you'll be seeing more about that as we move forward. So music therapy is not necessarily therapeutic music. We all use music in one form or another, and maybe you use it for different things. We all have our playlists for this. I may have my playlist for having it on while I'm doing housework. From the looks of my music room here, I haven't used that playlist in a while, but I want, oh, there we go. Okay, but we have different music for different things. I may have music to relax with, to do some self-care with, and those are all good. So music therapist involves a therapist, obviously, who's trained in that area. Music therapy is defined as a clinical and evidence-based use of music interventions to accomplish individualized goals for people of all ages and all abilities, levels within this therapeutic relationship by a music therapist who has gone through an accredited program, sat for his boards, does all the continuing education, just as we all do. So I use music in a number of settings, as I mentioned. I use it in acute mental health hospital settings. I use it in outpatient settings. I use it in group home settings. I use it in hospice settings, specialized training in end of life care, and a number of other areas. So why do we use music therapy? And the three things that I mentioned earlier: experience within structure, self-organization, and relating to others. So number one, music demands time-ordered behavior. It has, you feel the pulse of the music, and so there's a time element involved. You can anticipate a phrase, you can anticipate ends. Sometimes I'll use music and leave off a phrase and let the client add the phrase or something like that. Sometimes they'll add notes if they're just using, say, Orff instruments, or engaged in some sort of activity, making music, for example, drumming. So music demands immediate and continuously objectified behavior. It's observable, it's measurable. Example, Johnny was able to attend to the task of playing his drum intentionally and on beat for 3 minutes. So it's measurable and observable. And the second part of that is that music permits ability ordered behavior. So it transcends levels of areas of disability and makes them ability ordered behavior. So it may be determined by physical response levels, and music permits the ordering of behavior according to psychological levels. What's the person's psychological state at the time of music? In an acute care setting, that may be provided with somebody who's very confused, somebody who's has thought disorders, and may be very hard to manage for that reason. Sometimes there's a hesitancy for people to be involved directly in traditional talk therapies. When I was at one of the community services boards in Virginia, there was a problem with clients showing up for their clinic appointments, seeing the psychiatrist. There was a great amount of no-show percentage. We started a music therapy program in the afternoons that combined the child and the parent, and kind of co-treating along together with an LCSW. And after a period of time, we found that the no-shows dramatically decreased. So that was a good outcome. And then number three, music evokes ordered behavior, that is changes in mood. Obviously this is I can get that. It provokes a sensory type of elaborated behavior that increases sensory usage and discrimination. So when we think about using those 5 senses in mindfulness, for example, we can simply use music, and it may evoke extra sensory images. I'm going to use an example now just to provide that. And I like using music hands-on. Certainly we can use music as a music listening experience, but in my work with clients, I like using music hands-on. So I'm going to show you one of my favorite music therapy instruments, but it's a great instrument for anybody. This is a mountain dulcimer, and if you notice the variation of the frets, you've got frets that are farther apart and short and closer together. And this particular dulcimer, it's basically whole steps and half steps. Traditionally, the dulcimer is played with a noter. Sometimes when I'm working with kids, I might use a Jenga block like that. So I have sat in rooms and with clients, maybe one or two at a time, and I'll let them play the dulcimer. But one of the beauties, I'll show you this. Now I'm showing you a kit that I'll have clients put together. And this kit is cardboard, a cardboard kit, just like that. They put it together, they glue it, they paint it first, they glue it, and they end up with something like this. Now this is just painted, not decorated. They can put tags on it, but just to be just to let you see that, this is just a dulcimer. So third, that's the dulcimer. This is from Backyard Music. These kits are very inexpensive and fun for kids. You talk about mindfulness project when they're putting that together. It takes all of about an hour to put together. So when you think about music also in terms of self-organization, it provides for self-expression, compensatory endeavors for the disabled or persons with various disabilities that they're dealing with, even a learning disability. Music provides opportunities for socially acceptable reward and non-reward, I should say. So people can play together in a drum circle. I usually use the elements of rhythm, of melody, and of breath. And this would be a good question for the test, because one of the tenets of music therapy is that rhythm is the energizer and the organizer. Rhythm is the energizer and the organizer. We know from brain scan and brain imagery, I have pictures that I showed to patients. This is your brain on music. So my approach in bringing music therapy is kind of a medical model, but it's really a brain interaction. So to see the brain after being involved in music change beforehand with somebody that's very anxious or very much exhibiting symptoms of depression, it's a seed change. So music provides for the enhancement of pride in the self. So we're talking about self-pride, we're talking about Maslow, we're talking about the self-esteem issues. We don't always go out and say, oh, I'm going to meet my love and belonging needs today, but we do go out and say, I want to feel better. So music provides for that feeling of also being needed by others. When you're contributing to a musical intervention that allows you to have input and different roles, that's really a great place to be. Sometimes your role is just to support, just to keep the beat, just to toe the tap, toe the tap. Music provides for enhancement of esteem by others. So we have your own self-esteem and then somebody else. I can't tell you how many times I've sat with a group of kids where I invited them to do a rap, and we'll just do a rap, and they'll be able to fill it in, some better than others. But all of them meeting that self-esteem need. So the third thing, music is an experience in relating to others. It means for a means of self-expression that's socially acceptable, rather than talking out of turn or being very other impulsive issues. Music provides an opportunity for individual choice in response to groups. They have a sense of empowerment. Music provides opportunities for acceptance of responsibility to self and others. One of the most fun interventions involves letting the client letting the client have the control to direct others. It might just be, I call it composer conductor, having to think about what you want to hear, decide what instruments this person's going to play and what instrument this person's going to play, and then bring them in and combine them. And then they're suddenly realizing there's a lot involved in communication. So music enhances verbal and nonverbal communication. It provides for experience in cooperation and competition in a socially acceptable form once again. And it does provide entertainment, but also entrainment. Entertainment and recreation necessary for the general therapeutic environment. Sometimes the best thing I can do is to get folks moving, get you moving. If I'm playing something, you might be tapping your toe and not even realizing it. And then finally, music provides for learning realistic and social skills and personal behavior patterns acceptable in that particular peer group. So music provides a lot of areas. I have worked with children as young as 2. I was a big brother to a 2-year-old child before I came to the Eastern Shore. And she had special needs. At age 2, she was not talking. And I gave her a little pink ukulele. And we starting with rhythm, and then started making sounds with rhythm. Now, are music therapists, speech and language, audiologists? No, we're not. And the new licensure bill makes that distinction. But we do work with communication skills, and it's a wonderful place to be. It really is. So primarily in behavioral and in mental health, I use music. I'd like to teach another song before I finish. Actually, there's 2. But music is the energizer and the organizer. The rhythm is the energizer and the organizer for the brain. That's a key concept that I always use. So whether you're just beating a drum, and I've had therapists come to me, what kind of drum should I get? I said, one that's easy to play and not hard to lift up. So maybe not these bongos, but they're good. And then it invites the chant, and the client may ask to say something, but you could ask just the same. Gonna have a good, great day today. Gonna have a good, great day. And speaking in rhythm. Gonna have a good, great day today. Gonna have a good, great day. So finally, I think with regard to the communication skills, I'll reference one, I guess, infamous case that you may have heard about a number of years ago. And that's the case of Congressman Gabrielle Giffords, who suffered a gunshot wound to her head when she was out campaigning. In her recovery, she got a music therapist because the music therapist helped her to basically bypass the injured area to restore her speech, to help to restore her speech. So the music therapist was co-treating with physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech and language pathologists, and so on. But they used those phrasing, and I've done that with a stroke patient myself, and it's just an amazing thing to see when you're able to transform that learning process. So a little shout out also to Rip, and here's another little chant. Sometimes finishing a group session, I might sing, I might try another. I have come this far. I have come this far. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard. I have come this far. Speak to yourself. I have come this far. I have come this far. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard. I have come this far. How about you? You have come this far. You have come this far. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard. You have come this far. Sing it to all of us. We have come this far. We have come this far. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard. We have come this far. And then I let groups of clients write their own songs. This is a song that a client named Kevin wrote a number of years ago. Kevin was in a wheelchair all his life. I first met him way back in 1974, and he was very young. And then 30 years later, I met him in Southwest Virginia, working at Mount Rogers Community Services. And I walked into that group home not knowing that I was going to work there. And Kevin heard my voice 30 years later, and he recognized me. And so we struck up a relationship. Needless to say, I got the job. But Kevin came home from the sheltered workshop one day, very, very angry, talking about somebody who had been making fun of him for being in a wheelchair. And long and short of it, we wrote this song together. The song is called Love is the Greatest Thing. And I'll close with this. You may have silver, you may have gold, friends in high places and stories of old. You may go places that I've never been, but I'll say one thing again and again. I'll say love is the greatest thing. Love is the greatest thing. More precious than diamond rings. Love is the greatest thing. If you are troubled, if you are blue, if you show love, that others will too. Don't shed a tear if it's not true. What other people have said about you, because love is the greatest thing. Love is the greatest thing. More precious than diamond rings. Love is the greatest thing. One more time. Love is the greatest thing. Yes, it is. Love is the greatest thing. More precious than diamond rings. Love is the greatest thing. Love is the greatest thing. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this today. Yay, give yourselves a hand. You did a good job. And my email is available. I want you to invite you simply to go to this website, www.musictherapy.org. Now, that's the same website I send people who are in the hospital and are seeking a referral, and they may live in Philadelphia or they may live somewhere else, farther away. There's a tab there that says Find a Music Therapist, and any of your clients can do that. There's also resources for funding that we can talk about, but musictherapy.org and the tab Find a Music Therapist. I'll be happy to talk with any of you at a later date. So thank you for your thoughts and prayers and referrals. Remember to keep love as the greatest thing. Thanks.
Well, I think that that brings us to a close today. It's hard to believe that it's already over. I'm sad. This has been such an amazing day. I just want to thank all of you. We still have 84 participants with us, which is fantastic. I really appreciate you all joining us, and of course, moving through this journey of hope and mindfulness today. It's been an absolute joy. I feel very fulfilled. My tank is really full right now, and I'm hopeful that you all are feeling the same. Of course, another extension of our absolute gratitude to our presenters and speakers. You've been amazing. And of course, the team at Mid-Shore Behavioral Health, you guys have made this day possible. And we're just so grateful to spend honoring Juneteenth together. And hopefully the celebrations and memorializing will continue into tomorrow for many of us. So we are so grateful for the time together today. I'm going to ask Julie in terms of housekeeping for next steps with evaluations. What shall we ask our participants to do? I think we've got a couple of options of how they'll be able to fulfill their evaluations. Of course, and we do have our code that I'll let Julie share with the group for those of you who need to have your continuing education credits fulfilled. Please make sure to fill out the second assessment and evaluation as well as the first on your experience and some of the questions, but the code will be very important. So I'll let Julie close this out with some housekeeping items. But again, from all of us at Mid-Shore Behavioral Health, thank you so much for being here. This has been a wonderful day.
Thanks, Katie. And thank you so much to all of our phenomenal presenters. I really think you are leaving this whole group instilled with a renewed sense of rejuvenation, hope for the future, mindfulness for the present. So thank you guys all again. Yes, everyone who has been here for most of the duration of the conference, I will be going ahead and sending you out an email in just a couple of minutes. In that email, it will have instructions. As Katie said, there is a 2-page survey, a questionnaire, evaluation, whatever you want to call it. The first part of it is needed just in general. Everyone who has attended, regardless if you want CEUs or not, you could fill that out and return it. That'd be great. For those of you who are requesting the 5 CEUs, we need you to fill out section 1 and 2. That's the second page as well. There will be an event code. Event code is 1865. Because 156 years ago tomorrow, the Union troops came into Galveston, Texas, to the last holdout community of slave owners and freed all of those slaves, making sure that they were eligible for the same freedom and liberty and justice for all that everyone else in the country is. That was about 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. So this is a huge deal. We are thrilled that you guys were here with us today to celebrate this, to celebrate mindfulness. So, and yes, just so you know, in that evaluation, there will be a link. You can take the evaluation online. It's a Google form. Your answers will not be shared. You will need to achieve 70% on the questionnaire to be eligible for the CEU. So all you will need to do is answer 5 of the 10 questions. Of course, if you want to go above and beyond and answer all of them, please feel free. We'll give you gold stars. So if you have any questions, please do feel free to email me back. You'll have my email. I'll put it ahead in the chat. We did record today's session, so if you want to view it later, just let me know. I'd be happy to send you the link. Other than that, thank you all again. Thank you to our presenters. Thank you for carving out time in your day for this really important topic. On behalf of Mid-Shore Behavioral Health, we appreciate you. We appreciate everything you do for our community and our members and in your own lives and beyond. So thank you again.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you all. And hopefully next year we'll be in person. Something to look forward to. Take care, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Absolutely.
You should have had a closing song.
We should have had a closing song. Well, we kind of did have a closing song.
Yeah,
Tom,
we did a lot of
closed it out
closing
very
You
nice.
guys,
We kind of did.
Cool. You need a slogan song. What do you want to hear?
Rip, you killed it.
thank you.
Nice job.
Job, sir.
Yes, that was, you did a great job, Rip. That was awesome.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
See you guys.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Bye, Rip.
Woo, wow. People stayed with us. That was amazing.
It was phenomenal.
Yes.
As one person called it, edutaining, which I thought was lovely.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
Hashtag that.
Looks like we still have plenty of folks still hanging on too. There's Dale from Caliber. Oh,
Hi, Dale.
Mr. Lifetime Achievement.
You want to hear a song? The fairy voice and sing.
That's it. Awesome. Are you going to put us in the classroom again?
Did we turn the recording off?
Yeah, good idea. Recording.